Like, that album is actually hilarious if you're like really into the whole like genre and stuff. Like, Kanye West is really fucking funny when he wants to be, you know? Like, even like the College Dropout is like a hysterical album if you actually like listen to what he's saying on it. I don't know. I'm not a Kanye hater. I actually like Kanye. Yeah, well, welcome back, dude. Yeah, it was a good event. A lot of people showed up. The crowd was so hyped for the hat, dude. A lot of fun. But yeah, I wouldn't say that Doom is like necessarily underground as far as like the hip hop community goes. He's like he's like underground as far as like mainstream goes, but the community, he's definitely not underground. But I think that people overrate him when they call him the GOAT. I think the only people you can argue as being the GOAT at this point, I mean, I still think that there's validity for Biggie and Pac, but like, Kendrick is valid, Kanye is valid. I mean, maybe you can argue Jay-Z. Maybe you can argue Lil Wayne and Eminem, but they're like kind of a tier below for me. I think it's really just between Kendrick and Kanye West right now. And I think that the way things are going, like, I mean, we'll see what Bully's got in store, but I don't know, I'm just a really big fan of Kendrick, so I'm like happy to see him getting more attention. Unfortunately for the wrong things, but because of like the beef and stuff, but yeah, when I was growing up, I mean, I listened to all like stuff from the 90s and like very early 2000s. I couldn't get into like the Fetty Wap and, you know, like shit like that. I wasn't really into that stuff when I was growing up. So when Kendrick dropped Good Kid, Mad City, like that was kind of like, it kind of like told me like, okay, well, people still make good music, you know what I mean? You think that Eminem had the best run of all time? What, do you mean like Slim through Eminem show? I mean, as far as good consecutive albums go, it's definitely Kanye in that regard, but like, as far as the influence of the 3 albums together, that's a valid take that Eminem had the best 3 album run ever. Yeah, the best 3 album run, you could, yeah, definitely Eminem, sure, why not? The best 5 album run, though, would probably be between Kendrick and Kanye, and I still think it's Kanye. I don't think that the transgender discussion was a huge, contentious point of this election. Like, I don't think that was... Kamala just completely avoided it. It could have been made a larger discussion point, but I think that Kamala really tried to distance herself from gun control, trans stuff, and no, yeah, I mean, like, a lot of the stuff that like you would think would be a much bigger discussion point in this election didn't end up being talked about that much. Yeah, I mean, like, for better or worse, man, I have a lot of friends who are in that transgender community, and you know, it's like, I really wish them the best. I hope that things, you know, go well for them the next 4 years, but it is unfortunate that, you know, they kind of had like a party like advocating for them, and again, like, I think that unfortunately they're realizing that if they thought that the Democrats had their back because of like virtue and morals, like, they don't. They really don't. So, that's hard, and I feel really bad, and, you know, I don't know what to say. Like, you gotta protect your friends and family if you have, you know, if you have, like, people who are part of that community, and just check in on them, make sure they're doing okay. That's what I would say for that, because, yeah, I mean, they've been abandoned, basically. They've been abandoned by their party. At least from my perspective, they really tried to distance themselves from that this time around, and even though the issue does not affect me personally, I still feel really bad that they kind of just got led on, like, yeah, we're gonna be the champion of your rights. Like, they literally hung the transgender flag over the White House, like, signaling to them, like, we're gonna defend you, but Kamala didn't fucking talk shit. She didn't say anything about that this time around. Which, like, if I were part of that community, I'd be fucking mad about that, personally. Like, instead of just being mad about Trump for his, like, anti-rhetoric, like, Kamala abandoned them, dude. Like, the Democratic Party abandoned the transgender stuff this time around, and I'd be more upset about that because, again, like, they are a marginalized group and they are going to have opposition, but they were 100% led on to believe that this party had their back this time around, and they couldn't, you know. Yeah, I don't want to get into those discussions, man. Like, again, it's push and pull. People want to have the right to do what they want to do. It's their own business. You can choose to perceive it as a way that, like, I really don't want to get into that stuff because I feel like there are multiple valid perspectives on that, and again, like, the hateful perspectives are not valid, but yeah, that's just one of those things where a lot of people who don't know those whom it affects personally are going to see it a very different way than people who, you know, they're constantly meeting and talking to people who are part of that camp. They just want to be left alone, dude. They really want to just be left alone. But unfortunately, being left alone and not speaking about your issues that you're having with whatever the administration is doing, like, that's the thing, is like, the pride movement is to have their voices be heard, but at the same time, just like any other movement, you're gonna have people who just, like, try to use it for reasons other than why it started, and, like, that's just everything. You gotta be very aware of... They used to say you gotta be woke before people hijack that word, but, like, now I just say aware. You have to be very aware that, like, even in these groups and, like, these parties that you think have your back, they just want your vote, and unfortunately, it sucks that it has to happen this way, but I think that the LGBT people are learning the hard way that, like, the Democratic Party doesn't actually have their back whatsoever. They were literally just pandering to them for votes and leading them on and making them feel like, you know, this is, like, people are gonna normalize it and whatnot. But the reality is that, like, the only people who had the power to normalize these things and let people be themselves are our own communities, and, you know, maybe when the boomers die, like, we'll have more control over this stuff, but, you know, these fucking boomers in DC don't give a fuck about these kinds of issues, man. They're just literally pandering for votes. And when they realized it wasn't a big issue, they just abandoned them. And I definitely feel sympathy for that. Unfortunately, that is where we're at right now. I mean, like, the internet people are marginalized as well. I mean, there are so many problems with the way that these companies run these platforms. But, like, gamers and streamers are such a small part, like fraction of it. Like, net neutrality, we were all freaking out, like, we're not being represented. Like, it, obviously, like, your internet is not nearly as, crucial as your own, like, identity and, like, what you want to do privately as far as the bedroom goes, but, like, it's still, like, it happens, whether it's, like, more severe or less severe. Like, unfortunately, these politicians are just trying to get your vote. And then you hold them accountable to what they promised you to do. That's the reason why I'm at least, like, you know, optimistic that the candidate that won is the candidate that was signaling on policy as opposed to, like, the other candidate's bad. Because, like I mentioned before, if your party, if your only talking point is, wouldn't it be so good to get rid of the other person? Once that person loses the election, you're not accountable for anything. There's no objective thing to hold these people accountable to. And I will say that, like, even though Trump didn't literally build a wall his first term, he did keep those borders secure, and that's the reason why he got the endorsement from the Border Patrol and like ICE and whatnot. That's the reason why he got. And again, like half of the Border Patrol is Hispanic as well, so I don't want to hear any fucking like racist shit. You know, he built some wall, but Obama built some wall too. You know, they both built wall. Just like every single sitting president since Bill Clinton has pushed further into Ukraine with NATO, right? They're all part of the same shit. They're all the same. It's just a matter of what policies they're going to hold themselves accountable to, because the voters are going to remember what they were promised. And if Trump doesn't hold to his promises this time, he's not going to get votes next time. Or rather, you know, Trump and Obama the same, as in like whomever they appoint to continue their ideology or whatever. They're not going to get votes if they don't, you know. The next candidate's not going to get votes if they don't make true on the virtues of their promises, I guess, if that makes sense. Because a lot of it also has to do with like what gets through the House and Senate. Like, are Trump tariffs going to get through the House and Senate? Probably not. I feel like a lot of like good sense Republicans wouldn't vote for that shit either, but he's going to be trying to put policies out that lean into the direction of something that would have a similar effect of bringing jobs back to the United States. And that's like what you're really voting on, you know what I mean? Like Trump as like an idea, like not based on entirely the policies he's promising, is to signal that he wants to bring jobs back. And Kamala's whole thing is like redistributing wealth from like wealthy people to less fortunate people, which again, a lot of people feel that kind of like mentality just hurts the middle class and people who are trying to get rich. And from my own perspective, we're like, I don't have a lot of stakes in this election, but the one stake that I do have is the stock market, because I'm a content creator. Like I'm half self-employed, half investor, and half of my income is affected on how the markets are feeling. And again, like most people are low IQ, most people are going to be like investing based on fear. And even though I don't believe that Kamala's policies are going to get implemented as far as the unrealized capital gains and stuff like that, it's still bringing fear to the market. And we're already at a crucial point where we could be going into a bear market for like, you know, a good couple of years if people start getting scared. Or we have a soft landing and the money that we made over the last several years just keeps growing. Palantir, I mean, I know that like the stock guys talk a lot about that. My personal portfolio is managed by a fiduciary, so I don't actually like pick the stocks, but I do have some control in it. I had a discussion recently with this guy about like we could potentially move more into tech, but the reality is that like a diversified portfolio is making more than just an all tech portfolio to begin with. Like I've made like 20% over the last year, which is crazy. And I own like a variety of stuff. Like I own like American Express and like McDonald's and stuff like that. Like I don't own just Nvidia, you know what I mean? If you're thinking about getting into the stock market, who said index fund? Frank said, yeah, Frank is absolutely right. Pick an index fund and do it with your retirement. Yeah, I mean, like, a lot of, like, fucking, like, finance heads, like, who are, not finance heads, like, finance bros, and you know who I'm talking about if you know who I'm talking about, like, those kinds of people. Finance bros, and they're, like, finance sisters, and, like, these people just, like, yeah, they're ultimately grifting. I would be mindful of that, but it's still information. It's still information, so, like, take the information how you will, but I think the best thing you can do if you're trying to get into stocks, open a Roth IRA so it's tax deferred. You pay the taxes now. I mean, like, if Trump is going to lower taxes on investments and stuff, like, he's going to, like, lower regulations, like, we'll see if it goes in that direction, but, like, there could be a good window of opportunity to, like, defer your taxes by paying them early, right? And then you have your money in your retirement, you can take it out when you're, like, 65. And because you won't be needing that money for a while anyway, and there's a maximum you can invest in your IRA every year, that's a really good option to start off. That's how I started off, was like I had an IRA. I actually have a normal IRA because you can offset your losses that you report to, like, you know, you can, like, I'm not going to try to explain exactly how this works, but my accountant, like, he's helped me save some of my money over the years by offsetting some of my taxes that I otherwise would have paid, like by investing it in an IRA. You pay less taxes. That's the yeah, Roth. I think that Roth is the best if you're employed. If you incur losses and you report losses, you can't like max out your Roth every year. Like you can't like get the tax benefits. I mean, like, I live in New Jersey. I don't know how it differs elsewhere, but like, at least for me, the Roth IRA doesn't get the tax benefits of like paying less taxes if you invest in your IRA. You can't do that with a Roth. You have to do it. You have to do it with a regular IRA. So depending on who you are, like, I personally don't have a 401k. I just have, you know, I have a diversified portfolio with like market cap stuff, like top performers that, like, if we go into a recession, those companies aren't going to go anywhere, you know, stuff like that. A lot of people are saying right now that mid cap might be good, like Russell 2000, because if Trump does really well, like if Trump's economy does well, like, also, like, not to just say Trump is the only, like I do think that, like, there are some good things that Biden did that, you know, I've been doing fine at least, but if the economy does better over the next 4 years, if you think the economy is going to do better, and if interest rates come down, right? If interest rates come down, that means that more businesses are going to be able to grow. So, if you're betting on interest rates going down over the next 6 or so months, now could be a good, I mean, I'm not a financial advisor, but, like, from what I understand, it could be a good idea to invest in smaller companies, like potential companies like the Russell 2000, like, captures, like, those, like, mid companies that have potential for growth. Like, an index fund in the Russell 2000 could be a good experiment if you're just trying to, like, get a feel for how this works and, like, paying attention to the markets and stuff. That's like one thing that you could do. I mean, but yeah, me personally, I started off just by putting money into an IRA and not investing it, which, by the way, if you put money into your retirement and you don't attach that money to stocks, you're not making money. You gotta remember to invest it as well. So, you can put your money into retirement, and you can invest in index funds that track the markets, you know, like ETFs. You can buy like a tech ETF if you're confident that the tech market's gonna get better. Then it averages out the gains, and if all of tech is doing well, then you're doing well. Yeah, exactly. Only invest what you can afford to lose. You gotta have enough for a rainy day, because the reason why people lose money on the stock market is they invest too much, and either A, they get scared and withdraw because they're not patient, or B, they have to withdraw because they don't have enough rainy day fund to make it through to the point where the market gets better. You should be able to have enough money with your income and your stuff that's set on the side in your savings account to last for a good 2 years of bad finance. That's a pretty good rule of thumb. You should be able to last 2 years without having to withdraw. Because what is it? Like, the average bull market lasts for like 3.5 years. The average bear market lasts for like 1.5 2 years, something like that. Yeah, I know somebody who bought AMD really early, and he's seen great gains personally. He's always been like a tech guy. But yeah, I mean, like, a lot of experts are saying that, like, we're gonna have a soft landing, and, like, if Trump doesn't enact, like, crazy radical policies when he gets into office, if Trump just stays moderate and does things slowly and doesn't listen to Elon, for fuck's sake, on every fucking idea that Elon has, I hope he doesn't just become an Elon puppet. If Trump just takes things slow, then I think interest rates go down to like 3%. I don't think that housing prices go down, but you're going to be able to get a better mortgage. If you're thinking about buying a house, it might be a good time to look into it and then just refinance when the numbers go down. That might be the play. That's what I'm personally looking into right now. But at the same time, like, is the housing market going to go up as much as the stock market for the next 4 years? I don't know. Because if prices stay the same for real estate, then you can grow faster by having money in stocks. So, it's an interesting dilemma. Because ultimately, if you're smart, when you buy a house, unless you're doing it to raise a family or so forth, you're buying a stock that you're living in, basically. You want to buy somewhere where the money, your investment in the house is raising in value. So, you know, if the house value is raising faster than the mortgage you're paying, you're making money. That's the idea. I mean, like, same thing with, like, college loans, right? Like, if your interest rate for your college loan is, like, 6%, you know, and you're invested in the stock market, and your portfolio is going up 8%, you know, you're still making money. That's what some people do, is they take a loan out for college, and then they hedge it by, like, investing in the stock market, and it offsets the losses. Are people really saying that, though? Are people really saying that, though? It's such a small percentage of people who are saying... These people, like, those people are just fucking idiots, and all, like, who cares about what these fucking idiots think, dude? I can't believe that racism is a large contributing factor to politics when Barack Obama got elected 2 times in a row so resoundingly that people, like, knew who the president was going to be before they went to bed. I can't get behind that, you know? I don't think that the racists and, like, people who hate Mexicans are the ones who are deciding these elections. They're never going to flip. Like, they're always going to vote for the Republicans, so, like, it comes down to the people who are just normal people. You know, it's the same way that, like Pennsylvania decides elections, you know? It's like... when you really think of it that way... like, one state can change the trajectory of the entire world. Because that's just what it comes down to, because people just have their feet in the ground. Like, their feet are just planted in the sand for, like, a lot of these political parties. I mean, like, the fucking, like, Nazi hater people are, like, planted into the right wing, even though, like, Trump doesn't, like, outwardly support that shit. He actually condemns it, but they still think that their best shot is supporting the right. And, of course, like, you know, the people who are more liberal, like, again, like, the LGBT community plants their feet in the sand over on the left side, because even though Kamala is not explicitly, like, advocating for their side, they still feel like it's their best shot. And, of course, you're gonna have people who are, like, crossing over and, like, feel one side over the other, but... it is... one of those things where, like, it's a small percentage of people. And they're not the ones who are deciding the election. But yeah, that's the reality. Unfortunately, is the main factors that influence this election were the economy, foreign policy, abortion, and border security. Those are the 4 things that influence the election. Everything else is like it does not impact the majority of people who are deciding the election, so it just is the way it is. Well, I mean, you should talk to the Hispanics who came here a generation ago, who are trying to compete against the new people who are coming here over the border to, again, compete against their jobs. Because, like, there are immigrants who, again, they have jobs, but... like, the new ones coming in are just more competition for low-skilled labor. So that's this a valid concern for... I mean, look at the way the counties around the border voted, man. Like, again, I'm just the messenger. This is what people are feeling. They may not be saying it, but that's what they're feeling with their vote. Because again, like, people who are not part of the ethnicity or, like, the social class or anything like that, or the region, are gonna sit back and say, well, how could the Hispanics who came over the border and now are, like, US citizens, like, how can they vote against their own people coming over the border? Because, like, they're Americans now, and they have families here, and they have a vested interest in being able to get these jobs that, again, if they're just starting out, like I said, like, my family came here 3 generations ago, and we were not as well off as we are now. We were just starting, so if your family is just starting, and it's between your family that's just starting and the people who are coming over the border and who are just starting theirs, it's like, it is what it is. Like, are these people gonna pick strangers over their own family? No, like, they can't do that, you know. I think it's just common sense. Like, it just doesn't make sense. If you made it, if you went through the struggles and hardship of getting into the United States and securing your spot as an American, like, and somebody else is contending for that, it just makes sense to not want that competition. It's just class warfare. Now, the corporations that have, like, the low-skilled labor as a big part of their operation, like, they definitely benefit from lobbying for this kind of a thing, where you can bring in more people to... Again, you can argue that, like, there are aspects of the mass migration that help the economy by putting more jobs out, right? Like, more people can do the agricultural work and so forth, but at the same time, if there are no borders, like, you don't know who's voting for what. You know, there's no sovereignty. Like, these are things that, like, maybe short term, like, more people are working, but over time, it's just, like, you don't have a country if you don't have borders. I think that's just common sense. That's not like a right-wing ideal. That's just like common sense, man. You know, I mean, like I said, my family was not around during the Civil War or anything. That's like, we were immigrants from Europe who came here in the early 1900s, and yeah, I for one think that immigration's a great thing. Like, you get, you know, lots of really smart people with different ideas. I mean, like Albert Einstein was a fucking immigrant, you know, for example. People who change the world come to America for opportunity to change the world. Absolutely, but I'm more upset that there's not more of an incentive to make the immigration process easier, you know? Because there's no incentive for either political party to make it better. There's more of an incentive to just open the border, because it's just easier. Like, open it or close it is the only incentive that people are really, like, able to justify. There's no, like... The world didn't used to have borders. What are you talking about, dude? Literally, tribes have borders. You fucking walk into the wrong tribe, you get killed. Like, at what point in history did the world not have borders and we were just, like, fighting to survive? Like, picking fruit? Like, what the fuck? Like, when was this, like... You want to go back to living, like in a cave? That's crazy. Like, what utopia were there no borders? Like, what point in history were there no borders? Humans have always been social creatures. Like, the defining characteristic of social nature is, like, deciding, like, emotionally, like, whether you agree with things or not, and, like, who you want to be around and who you don't want to be around. And humans, literally forever, have been social in that way, where they decide who they want to associate with. And as things get bigger, lines get drawn. That's how humanity is. We literally draw lines on the internet, for fuck's sake. Like, which places we go to hang out, which places we don't go to hang out. When, at any point in history, were there any borders, or no borders? Like, when were there no borders in history? Because I'll tell you, it wasn't a time when we were having a good time. Humanity was definitely worse off before we could separate, you know, ideas that lend to the progress of humanity versus ideas that led to the, I guess, lack thereof. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, the hunter-gatherer versus agriculture shit is like, we have fucking, we have technology. It's crazy. It's like, we don't live that way anymore, man. Like, we have, agriculture allowed people to take on other professions than just agriculture. Like, we're not fighting to survive anymore. Yeah, we're fighting for social ideals, basically. And to have social ideals, you need to have a starting point. A point where those ideals start and where they end. That's the only way. I have to read this. Because I'm curious. But you're admitting that there were nations that existed. You're saying that borders in America? You're saying that borders in America didn't always exist? Is that your argument? You think that, okay, so you're not saying that like there wasn't a point in history. You're not trying to argue that there was a point in history where borders didn't exist. You're not saying that. You're saying that there was a point in America where borders didn't exist. Let's entertain the thought, okay? Let's entertain the thought that borders didn't exist in America when it was tribes. Sure. Do you think that it was better living in America when those tribes controlled the land than it is now? And on top of that, do you think that the world is a better place with those tribes controlling America versus the United States? Do you think that, like, living in those tribes is better when, like, most of them are just, like, aggro and fighting each other for land themselves? Like, it's literally Europeans came over and conquered them while they were conquering themselves. That's the way the world's been until modern era, where people aren't constantly fighting outside of, like, contained areas of the world that have had conflict forever. It's always been, you know, the fact that we can, I think that people really take for granted the fact that we live in a time where there isn't constant chaos everywhere. The fact that it's contained to like a few places where there's always been conflict that we just can't resolve is a luxury. Like, it's crazy that people think that like they almost like want to say that we were better off back then, but we really weren't. Yeah, and everybody fucking came from like what the fuck, like Northern Africa, right? Like, you want to make that argument, then like no land is anybody's land. It doesn't fucking make any sense. It all depends on how relative you want to go with it. Like, how far back do you go where it's like valid? You know? Do you think that you'd be better off living in the tribes that occupied America with their values and their societal, like social ideals than you are living in America today? The world is a better place because the tribes got conquered. Why do people act like they care? Like who fucking cares? It's literally, the world is better off because the United States exists, as opposed to like what's the alternative, man? Like the United States Constitution, you think that's like a bad thing for history? Who knows how they would have developed? That's crazy, bro. That's fucking crazy. You're willing to bet the entire history of humanity on like tribes in the U.S. like becoming advanced enough to contend against Europeans in a 200-year span? Like, there's no situation where they would have caught up, dude. Oh my god, like it's like, I can't believe this. Why are we even having this discussion? Where do you learn these ideas from? That's fucking insane. Like, there are very specific parts of the world that advanced faster than others, and like they brought those values to the places they conquered, and like that's just history, man. In the modern era, we can't wrap our heads around how brutal humanity used to be, but the fact of the matter is we made it. one way or another, one group won over the other, and now we've reached a standing point where you can actually afford to like travel across the world in many areas and not be in danger. Yeah, that doesn't even make sense. Like, you're willing to bet that the world would be a better place. Like, how do you know, dude? Like, that's wild, dude. You think that you know enough about history to go that far back and make that talking point of like, what could have been? Like, it's almost like projection that you feel so bad about your own situation or other people's situations that you are sympathetic for, that you're willing to go that far back and say the whole system needs to be dismantled and completely nuked to the ground for a chance of something better happening. Because what we live in is so bad that like anything else that could have sprouted from it is better. That's like just actually anti-human. That's literally extinctionalist if you go down deep enough to like get to the root of that discussion. That's crazy. Like, I don't think I've ever heard that before, that like, who knows what could have been? Like, yeah, exactly, dude. Who knows what could have been? Like, we live in fucking the greatest times imaginable. We literally have fucking servants in our pockets that, like, give us all the information we could possibly need. That's crazy, dude. That's actually crazy. You know what America could have done after World War II? If we were really, like, an aggro country? Like, just think about it, man. We are lucky to live in this timeline. It's crazy. Like, how bad things could have gotten after World War II when Europe was destroyed. It could have just been a fucking piss race between us and the USSR to just, like, take over as much land as possible. I mean, we made mistakes along the way, and there's definitely a little bit of complacency there with, like, Vietnam and so forth, but, like, imagine how bad it could have been, dude. The fact that Europe exists right now is actually insane. It is spicy, man. It is spicy. Because this is ridiculous. Like, this shouldn't even be political. This fucking, like native defense shit where, like, they could have sprouted into, like what they imagine, like, a fucking, like this, what is the image of, like, the fucking, like, flying cars and shit? Like, that's just fucking mind-blowing, dude. Like, it's just a matter of how far back you want to go. That's all it is. This is the reason why people can't agree on those, like, extreme talking points, because, like, it's entirely relative, dude. Let's just start over and go back to being in caves, and then we can see who wins. Like, that's literally humanity in a nutshell, is like, who the fuck wins? Who conquers whom? Who has power? There's no morality involved. That's just an entire. That's just entirely constructed by us. If you're an atheist, it's entirely constructed by you. If you're not an atheist, you believe what your religion believes as far as values go. But it's still subjective because there are hundreds of religions. You know, like, I personally believe that, you know, we shouldn't have a country that's like fucking racist and shit. Like you know, like normal American people don't think that, right? Normal Americans think, yeah, like, yeah, racism's bad, like, slavery's bad, you know? And, like, if you agree that, like, these ideals are good, then you fight for them, because if you take them for granted and you get complacent and you think that the whole world is your oyster and everybody has to adhere to your idea just because you're America and this is what America's saying and this is good now, you know, like, America's not going to be a thing in the future. Good ideas attract smart people, and that's what made America strong in the first place. You know, it's a country of immigration. That's always a point that people bring up, is like, it's a country of immigration. I agree. But we still have to know who's here and why they're here. I say bring as many people to America as possible. Get as many people here as possible, as long as they're people who can, you know, contribute, right? Because that just makes us all better off. And that's coming from somebody who's the son of an immigrant, you know, like, they were allowed through Ellis Island because they were going to contribute to the economy. And, like, unfortunately, that's just kind of the way that it has to be. And yeah, I do think that a lot of the people who are coming over the border illegally are contributing to the economy. I'm not a fucking, like, crazy person. Like, I don't think that they're coming here and just, like, sitting around. That's just a stereotype. But I'm all for having those same people come here legally, as long as there has to be some kind of an incentive to get the politicians to lobby for that. To get more people over here and have them on the books, you know? Because, yeah, like, I think that more people should have the opportunity to come here, absolutely. Because, I mean, I wouldn't be here if it weren't for that, you know? If, like, the ultra right-wing conservatives would say, no, America's for America. Like, if people like that were running the country, I would never have come to America. I probably would have fucking... My family probably would have been Nazis, honestly. Like, if my family didn't come to America in the early 1900s, like, half of my family line could have been, like, descendants of Nazis or some shit, you know? Like, I just don't know. No idea. I'm not saying that Germans are Nazis, by the way. I literally am German. What I'm saying is that you never really know what side of history you fall on, you know? See, if anybody is thankful for American immigration, it's me. Because I'm happy to be an American, but... yeah, I just wish there were more of an incentive to fix the immigration system. Because it's a no-brainer, like... If it's among these three things you have to pick, open borders, closed borders, or immigrating people quickly and intelligently, right? Like... obviously, the third option is the best one. Like, more people come here, they make the country better. Makes the economy grow. Yeah. You just gotta have rules, though, and, like, not having borders is a sign of not having rules. And without rules, you don't have a country, and that's it. I don't understand the argument that, like, oh, we used to not have borders, which is not true, first of all. Second, like, were we better off without borders? No, we weren't. Like, it's like a weird, like, entitlement that, like, we need to go back to the way things were because I was told that America is evil. It doesn't make any sense. And that's where we agree. I 1000% agree with you. Thank you. See, that's common ground. There's no incentive for the ruling class to fix the immigration system, and that's a problem. I agree with that. 1000%. And that's a big issue for me, because, like, again, I relate to it. Because I'm not, you know... I'm not native, as in, like the original Europeans that came here and settled and fought in the Civil War and fought in the Revolution. Like, I'm not American in that way. I'm American in that, like... America was booming because of the Industrial Revolution, and my family said, wow, that looks great, I want to be a part of that, and they came over. So, that's the kind of, like, that's my ancestry, personally. I mean, me too, probably. I probably have fucking Italian ancestors that were in the mob, dude. I probably have relatives who are, like, part of, like, fucking, like mafia. It's crazy. I had a friend who, this is a fucking crazy story. I had a friend in my childhood who, like, they found money buried in their backyard. Like straight up mob money. Because we were both Italian, and his fucking family had mob money just buried in the backyard. That shit's real, dude. Crazy. I like to think that my side was on the side of law and order, though, because, you know... The occupations they gravitated to were, like, you know, fireman, police officer, military. Like, I don't think that my side was on the mob. Like, my Italian people were more just, like, public service workers than, like, you know, mafia. But that's still a big thing. Like, a lot of American Italians do have that history. I guess I'm just not that cool.
Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you.
Yeah, that's crazy, dude. I mean, like, each generation is becoming more, like, socially conscious than the last, and, like, it's crazy to, like, hear about the things that, like, our great-great-grandparents did. Like, There's nothing we can do about it, you know? You just gotta live with it. Like, the past is in the past, all we can do is look forward. That's just a matter of perspective. Like, we can't right every wrong, you know? There have been a lot of wrongs in humanity, and like, it's just an insane pissing race, because if you just keep going back and back and back, you'll find more wrongs that have to be righted, and there'll never be true social justice, ever. Like, this is what we have. People today, how are they living? What can we do for them? And that's like the only logical thing that we can really do. Like, one way or another through conflict we reach this point. This is what we have. This is what we gotta figure out. What works, what doesn't work. But no, I'm not gonna sit around and waste my time being bitter about what the natives went through 300 years ago. Or I guess they were going through it like 100 years ago, 150 years ago, but it is what it is, man. It is what it is. All that I care about is the people living alive today have a better life 10 years from now than they do now. That's the only objective thing that we can really measure, you know? Yeah, it is what it is. Like, if you go down far, deep enough into the whole, like this thing that happened in history needs to be corrected after like 500 plus years thing, you literally just end up in the realm of extinctionism. Like, to the point where it's like, humanity can never repent for its sins, and therefore, like, there's nothing that can be done for it. We have to go extinct, basically. And then if you follow that thread, like, whatever sentient species, if ever, replaces us, what mistakes are they gonna make? It's just insane to go down that line of thinking. It makes literally no sense. Because you can always just one-up it. And I don't even think that most people who say these things really believe in it. They're just doing it for the Olympics. It's like, wow, you're so socially conscious. And then, you know, the activists who say things like that actually trick people into thinking that it's real virtue when it's not. So whack. Fucking thing.
Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I don't really know what the deal with like Puerto Rico is, for example, but I don't know about the history of that, like whether they chose to not be a state. But yeah, I don't know. After Japan lost, they seem to be doing pretty okay. Well, I mean, lately with the whole, you know, the interest rate shit. If you're following finance, you know about that. I don't want to even try to explain that, but they basically had like extremely low to no interest rates for a long time, so people were offshoring their money in Japan for a while and you know, borrowing against their they would like borrow yen and then invest the money into the US stock market and just make money off of it because the interest rates were so low. But when they raised interest rates, everybody freaked the fuck out, and a bunch of shit crashed because of that. And there's always weird shit, like when stuff like that happens, it's like how much do we really know? Like, how much of a handle do we really have on reality when stuff like that's like, how the fuck did I not think of this? Like really? People got rich off of this, and it's like, how the fuck did we not know about it? You know? It's crazy. The more you experience life, the more you realize you don't know, and the more nuanced you realize life is, and how differing worldviews, like a lot of them are valid, and they can coexist. I mean, that's the reason why America is America, you know? I just think that, like, my generation didn't go through any hardships, and we're just now realizing that these, you know, they exist, and we have to The greater evil is America going down. We all gotta come together to figure out how to stop that from happening. That is where we all lose. With politics, like, some people lose, some people win. But the idea that we grew up thinking that, like, there's good and evil, and, like, which side am I on, is such a, like, literally just childish. Protect your interests, protect your family, protect your community. If you're worried about what people 500 years ago were thinking, you're just creating more problems for yourself, and you're just going to be more miserable than you could ever imagine. It's impossible to live that way. It's impossible to live that way without rationalization, because you're going to have a certain level that you go down that rabbit hole until you start to rationalize your current position. And it's all hypocritical unless you just go full extinctionalist. Like, you just want humanity to die because all the wrongs could never be made right. Which just doesn't even make any logical sense. Yeah, man, I mean, again, what's the solution? What's the solution? Because you can look at it this way, like, the boomers invested in America, right? That's one way of looking at it, is that, like, they ruined America, but at the same time, they invested in all these houses, they made the economy bigger by buying the houses, and they're sitting on their investments because they bought into America at a good time to buy into America. If America is growing and being prosperous, like, if we're getting richer and we're out-earning inflation, then we can do the same thing. We can buy things that other generations weren't able to buy when they were, you know, in their prime, right? That's what it's about. It's like, I'm sure you, I mean, like, even like outside of finance, like, I've made investments that paid off big time. Just like this, like, getting good at this game is like, nobody would have seen this as being a thing that was valid or worth putting time into, but who's growing and prospering? I mean, right now, at least, over the past 4 years especially, there's been a greater disparity between the ultra-wealthy and the ultra-poor. But over the past 20 years, the most poor people in the country are doing better now than the most poor people in the country 20 years ago. So I don't think that disparity is the only measurement that you can tell, like, how well America is doing. Like, we're going to see a trillionaire in our lifetime, but does that mean that people are objectively more poor? Because there are trillionaires and people who aren't trillionaires? I think it's more about the baseline, like, if the people who are, like, at the bottom of the saturated, like, meter, I guess, of wealth in the country are doing better than the people who are at the bottom of the meter 20 years ago. That's the best you can do. Because if America is getting, you know, more wealthy overall, and, like, even if you're in poverty in America, you know, you should still be better off than people who were in poverty in America 50 years ago. And I do believe that's the case. Am I advocating for any policies or presidencies? Or no, I'm not. I'm saying that, like, overall we've been able to figure it out to the point where, like, now, like, even if you're in poverty, you still have a smartphone in your pocket. Yeah, it's not about disparity. Like, disparity is just a fact of life when you have a system like this. People can move up and down the classes, and, you know, for that matter, the trillionaire can easily lose their money just as easily as you can get it over the course of generations, at least. Like, there's no promise that the trillionaire will still have their wealth 3 generations from now. Which I wish more people who are trillionaires or billionaires realize that, like, you're not taking your money to your next life, and, you know, if you lived a good life and your kids lived a good life, it's if not for the lessons you teach them, they could just end up blowing it. They could just end up moving down the totem pole and then back up at some point. Like, there's no possible way for everybody in society to be equal and for nobody to be suffering. There's never been a single time in human history where nobody's suffering. Somebody always is suffering. Unfortunately, that's reality. So having a system where people have the ability to move up and down is the reason why America is successful. Because there's no like caste system or like social like gatekeeping where you're forced to be in the same class. Like in America you can move up and down depending on how you do. And obviously like there are contingencies there where like there are people who are in office who are vested against the interests of certain groups and so forth, but it works pretty well, dude. I mean, it's incredible that I can fucking sit here and talk and get paid to do this. Like, I'll just say that, you know? But yeah, if Jeff Bezos creates a system that allows us to get whatever the fuck we want delivered to our doorstep in within a day sometimes, right? I think that Jeff Bezos is more valuable. Like, his company is more valuable to society. His trillion-dollar company is more valuable now than any service has ever been in the history of the world. So, like, doesn't it make sense that he makes the money that he does and his company's worth as much as it's worth? It's really just a matter of, like, are these companies in the United States? That's what you really gotta think about, is, like, there's always gonna be disparity, but it's a matter of, like, are these people bringing jobs to the U.S. or are they not bringing jobs to the U.S.? The real problem is people offshoring the jobs outside of the U.S. Because that just, again, like, offshoring, it just shrinks the economy. And then you get even more of a disparity where, like, the low-skilled labor, like, they can't get jobs here because the ultra-wealthy are just simply offshoring their jobs and not giving back to the American community by paying people in America to do their work. That's a valid problem that actually does create wealth disparity. And, you know, that's, for what it's worth, man, that's the main thing that Trump talks about, is that he wants to bring jobs back. Whether he can do it or not, we'll see. But I just don't think there's much of a reason to be more worried than if the other person won. It's going to be relatively similar. I'm more worried about Elon Musk and RFK than anybody else, personally. They scare me more than Trump, but yeah, I think that Trump himself is just a product of the people who are around him. Which, like, there's some good and there's some bad. At least it feels more transparent, though. Does it make sense that the economy is him exploiting the labor of everyone who works for him? Well, again, dude, like, he's creating jobs for people to work and get paid. The idea that a job is exploitation is crazy. I think that it's shitty that, for example, Apple just, like, offshores all their manufacturing by just, you know, taking cheap labor from other countries and contributing to their economy and then selling stuff to you in this economy and then profiting off of it. I think that's objectively fucked up. That objectively doesn't make sense. But creating jobs is not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. Okay? Like, you're not entitled to your wage, you're not entitled to your job. Job creation is a good thing. The conditions of that, obviously, like, it has to be negotiated, and, you know, obviously I'm with you in that I don't want people to have shitty working conditions, but again, work is better than no work. Work is still opportunity. So creating jobs is not a bad thing. Yeah, it heavily incentivizes outsourcing, which is what the whole tariff idea goes back to, is that it encourages people to come back to the US and make products, but again, I'm not an economist, whether you think that's going to work or not. You know, that's up to you. But I'm just trying to say that's the idea behind it, is that if you're purchasing American-made products because the foreign products are tariffed like crazy. Like, say for example, like I wanna like build a laptop, right? I'm a foreigner and I want to build a laptop and sell it to the United States. I'm competing against, you know, laptop makers in the US. If both laptops are at the price point of $1,000, but the tariff gets added for like $200 extra to buy the foreign laptop. The American consumer is going to think twice before they purchase the foreign laptop. That's more or less the concept, and tariffs have been used successfully and unsuccessfully throughout history. They're not exactly a new concept, it's just that people who don't follow economics are just hearing about it for the first time. But, again, like, me personally, I do think that Trump's policies are a bit extreme. I'm hoping that he doesn't, like, he didn't literally build a wall, and he didn't literally make Mexico pay for it. I think that a lot of the rhetoric is just to express the idea and the interest in bringing companies back to the US, and he's not going to do it literally verbatim how he's saying he's going to do it. Because the executive office doesn't hold power like that, and he still needs to get people to agree with him. And I think that even, like, his own party isn't going to fully agree on shit like that. He's got to figure out something that's, like, very moderate to sell it. And that's on him. Like, he has to figure out a policy that majority of the House and Senate are going to vote on that is not going to crash the economy. Because, like, the presidency doesn't hold that much power. I hope that at least, like, what some people can get out of, like, hearing from these people in my chat, like, hearing from me, is that, like, you don't have to be terrified of the future. Because, like, it just doesn't go down like that, you know? Yo, what's up? I mean, there is, like, the one thing where, like, some people just, like, don't... They have this, like, idea that, like, bringing manufacturing back to the US is gonna, like, cause air pollution and carbon footprint and blah blah. Like, we're all share the same planet. Like, it's gonna happen somewhere, you know? Would you rather it happen in the US where we have better standards for labor conditions, or happen in China? Like, somebody's getting exploited. Better off having it in the US, you know? But yeah, the existence, like, the creation of jobs in and of itself and people working for a company is not exploitation in and of itself. There's obviously, like, a spectrum of, like, how exploited somebody is. But just, like, outright saying that, like, somebody working for a company that makes more money than the employee's exploitation is crazy. Because the employees wouldn't know what to do if not for the brains behind the company. The company wouldn't exist. You can't be entitled to thinking that, like, some Joe Schmo is gonna come up with the iPad. That's not how the world works. You know? Like this fucking Twitch wasn't built by coal miners. We need coal miners and they deserve our respect, but they're not the ones who are coming up with these ideas. And that's the reason why people make money like that, is because, like, if you're a CEO sitting at a desk and all you gotta do is make decisions and you make a fuck ton of money, that just goes to show how important the decisions that people who are in that position are making. Do you think that, like, any Joe Schmo could just sit and make those decisions? Imagine if every United States major bank, like, if the CEO, like, if Jamie Dimon just made a horrible decision and Chase just collapsed, right? Do you think the world would be a better place after that happened? I mean, like, there's a reason why these people... that's wild, dude. You think that the world would be a better place if these large banks entirely collapse? You don't think that we just go into Armageddon? You don't think that the cause and effect, like the snowball that would come from that? You literally just want the world to go extinct, dude. It literally just goes back to extinctionism. Like, at all costs, achieve equality at all costs. Achieve equity at all costs. If everybody suffers and burns down, at least we're equal. That's like the exact position that it always goes back to when thinking like that. But I'm not saying that you're saying that. I'm saying that's the ultimate place that people arrive when they go deep down enough into that mindset of thinking. That's where it always goes. Every time. Like, you can't avoid reaching that conclusion unless you sit at that exact, like, political position and rationalize it. Because if you go down that line of thinking, it just leads you straight to hell. That's wild, dude. Like, thinking that, like, the world would be a better place if the major banks in the US collapse, like, tomorrow. Unless that's not what you're saying, but, like, that's, like, some people legitimately believe that. The whole world goes to hell if that happens. Actually, it would be even worse now because BRICS is a thing. If the US financial system collapses, I mean, it's all bricks at that point. Can't wait for Russia to decide how we live with the help of fucking Brazil. It's like, you know. Like, one alternative is clearly better than the other. Yeah, because, like, you know, it's not like human beings assign value to things, you know? It's not like money is just a way to assign value that we do naturally. Like, money needs to exist, it's just based. It tells you how much you're worth. Obviously, some people get money in ways that we don't find ideal, but it's up to us to ask, like, okay, why is it that people can get money off of these things? Like, what's wrong with our policies? What's wrong with our society that allows people who are valueless to have value? Like, where's the value going? That's what policy is for. But, like, even if you lived in a hypothetical scenario where we're all just fucking living in tribes, like fucking saying kumbaya or whatever, like there's still gonna be somebody in that group who wants to take power over people. And then we just start all over again. There's always gonna be transactional relationships. It's just our nature, we're just flawed. You really do think that any old person can be... Okay. Let me just ask you a very straightforward general question. Who would you rather be running Twitch? A person with 90 IQ or a person with 120 IQ? Which one sounds better? Do you think that a person with a 90 IQ would be better to run this website or a person with 120 IQ? No other information given. Just based off of those factors. Like, I'm not gonna literally make you answer that question because I don't want to like make you feel like you're being like cornered or anything. But like, I think there's a clear, you know, there's a clear sentiment. You're not answering the question. I'm talking purely hypothetical. All things else considered. Okay, fine. It's run by multiple people. We'll play your game. Would you rather the company be run by 290 IQ people or 200 100 IQ people? Which one? Like, it's like these people who are in positions of decision making need to be intelligent and visionary. You can't just put any old person into a position like just pick a random person. Sure, you seem like you'd be fine. You breathe and have a pulse. That's crazy. Like, clearly innovation wouldn't be occurring if it weren't for specific people having the ability and the background to innovate. That's insane. Alright, what if we replace every single person in the United States House and Senate with people who are in charge of the Brazilian government, right? Do you think that they just follow the same system? Do they just all be the same? Like, yeah, you know, it's still America. It's still called America. Like, it's just, like, insane, dude. It's actually insane. You really think that all people are like exactly equal in intellect and creativity and like it does not fucking make any sense. Yeah, exactly. I didn't. That's the world IQ map shit. I didn't want to bring that up, but like, I mean, come on, man. And then when you say that, they're like, well, actually, IQ is a social construct, and like everything is a social construct, and like we all made shit up. Nothing exists, and it's all a construct, and it's all just we just make everything up, and there's no merit behind anything that we create to measure things, and like, you know, inches and ounces are a social construct. Like, you go down this argument and this line of thinking, and you just reach the point where there's no objective measurement to anything. The fact that we can't even admit that, like, more intelligent people should be in charge of these companies that literally control our lives is fucking wild, dude. Like, we can't even just admit to that. That there are people out there who are smarter and more qualified than us to be in charge of these things. Do I think that IQ is a good measurement? Like, an objectively good measurement? I mean, it's good enough. It's not perfect. It doesn't account for emotional intelligence, which, you know, you can argue is just as important or more important, but how do you quantify that? You know, like, obviously these things are a matter of, like, what we value, but, like, I think it goes to show the fact that, like, living in America now is far better than living anywhere else in any time in history. Goes to show that the things that we use to measure intelligence and so forth are a good system because it does work well enough. I mean, what period in history would you rather live in? It just, none of it makes sense. Like, clearly, like, the way that we measure things works. It can always be better, but, like, the solution is making those things better, not tearing them down. Like, the deconstructionalist ideas that I hear people fucking throwing around on Reddit and shit. Or I guess, like, people that I know come from Reddit because I'm not on Reddit myself, but, you know. I know that's where this shit's coming from. It just leads to extinctionalism. Because not all, you can never right all the wrongs. That's like the whole concept of Christianity is like Jesus died for our sins, so it's like the Christians believe, you know, like you can only move forward from there. I think that's kind of the idea, right? And like people just have to cope with the fact that humanity's not perfect. That's like literally the whole like ethos of Christianity, or just to give you an example. Yeah, I mean, I have a bit of a take on the whole like IQ thing. I do think that like there's a sweet spot where like, at least like, if you want to look at it purely objectively, like who succeeds, like yeah, then like 80 IQ people definitely like objectively have it on hard mode, but I think that there are some people who just live life on hard mode because they're so intelligent that they can rationalize their own crazy beliefs and make themselves miserable. I think that's a valid thing too, but that's just more about like, you know, I don't know what the word for that is, but yeah. If you're a really smart person, you can convince yourself of crazy things. You're really good at like convincing yourself of crazy shit. Like smart people often do that to themselves. And there's like another layer of that intelligence where you have to be smart enough to be able to interrogate yourself. Yeah. Exactly. But as far as like socioeconomic, like, yeah, definitely. If you have a lower IQ, you're on hard mode, definitely. Like, there's always gonna be somebody trying to get ahead. That's just life, man. You don't solve that by just like leveling out the successful people and saying, no, you can't be that successful because these people aren't successful. Because like you're just lowering the bar, and then people are just going to be jumping over a low bar, and we're not going to see any progress as humans. Like, that's just a bad way of thinking. Because remember, we're also competing against other countries too. It's not just like us living in like little la la land. The irony of the whole like anti-American shit is that like you have the privilege to think that way because you're American and you weren't exposed to like other countries and like living there and dealing with the shit that they deal with. You just don't know how good you have it and how good a lot of other countries have it because they're allied with us. The older you get, the more you realize, like, you know, it's not perfect, but I'm all for America doing better and making sure our allies are doing better, while also not like burdening our adversaries and like making people suffer and starting unnecessary wars and stuff. I can get behind that. I hope you're having a nice night. Question: how do you play the game? I play on an original Xbox. It's a physical Xbox with a capture card. I have it hooked up to like an analog, you know, like it's an analog to digital converter, and that goes to a capture card, just to simplify it. I had to read a paper about parents with intellectual disability and how it affects their kids, socioeconomical and social cognitive development. I mean, I thought a lot about this, like, because like my family did pretty well. I think that my family is in that same position where like they're smart enough to have ideas, but they're not smart enough to like get past the point, like trying to rationalize everything that they think and believe. Like, I don't know a lot of people in my family who are like in a constant state of being uncomfortable, or rather just like they're so smart that they're overconfident in their beliefs. Like, they're not constantly interrogating themselves, and they're kind of like they funnel into like camps. That's the reason why Thanksgiving is such a tough time for a lot of people. Because, like, again, like most people, they don't really care about these issues. They just they want to be like part of a group deep down. Or it's not that they want to be part of a group, but they'd rather be part of it than not. And that like influences your decision making, the things that you say, the comments that you make to people and stuff like that. And it's gotten to the point where like different things have different meanings too, so it's all just fucking confusing. Like when you say MAGA to somebody, like you know that you're not always saying the same thing. That can mean like 5 different things, you know? So it's just like, I think the only way to live is just having the personal bias that everybody's a good person. Like somehow like they arrived at their beliefs, it's like the same way you did, and they lived on the planet for as long as you have. So when somebody disagrees with you, you should just be curious as to why they think that. Not like if anything like this, it's all going back to the election, but like people should be curious as to why Trump won like he did if they're confused by it, not angry about it. Because we tend to get angry at things that we don't understand. But if you just, every time you get angry at something, just be curious about it. You know, you'll find yourself living much happier if you can change that frustration into curiosity when it's applicable. And it's okay to have a little bit of both. I get it. I get why people are mad, but only just being mad and nothing else is not helping you. Especially if you're mad about it and you want it to change. Like, you don't want like a Trump type person to get elected again. You should be studying. You should be challenging your views right now. And 4 years from now you're a stronger voter and maybe even a voice of the conversation, you know. So many people like, come up through like election and policy controversy. Like over the past 4 years, so many people have made names themselves just like talking about this shit because they're saying something that people are feeling but not saying it. Well, that's what I'm saying is that's what rationalization is. Like, some people are stubborn, but a lot of it is just people rationalizing their beliefs that they reach to the point where they are comfortable with it. Like, if you've reached a belief system that is accepted by your peers and friends, but it still doesn't hold up to scrutiny, you don't really know how strong your beliefs are until they're challenged. So, that's what I'm saying is, like, there's a lot of incentive to rationalize, and the smarter you are, the better you are at doing it. Because deep down, the bottom of the Myers-Briggs pyramid, you gotta have that sense of security, and like your security and your belonging are like, you can't think intellectually unless you have those two things. So like, it's always like predicated on how much you belong and how secure you are. And when politics become associated with security and belonging, that's how you wind up in a situation where people are talking about politics or like their life depends on it. But in reality, like, the reason why we're in an unhealthy spot is because people have turned politics into something that their belonging depends on it, which you literally can't have an intellectual conversation if your brain is thinking down there instead of up here, you know? Like, you're always going to be compromised by your lower feelings if you're thinking that way. You say things you don't even believe in if that's how you're operating.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
come on, I know that, like, we've all been to Thanksgiving, dude. We've all had moments where we say something even if it's like a little bit off, like, you just ask yourself, like, why did I say that? Like, I know that's not what I'm thinking, you know? Happens all the time. Where does that come from? And that's up to you to interrogate yourself and figure that out. Become more comfortable with yourself. You gotta work out those lower urges and not run away from them. You gotta integrate that into your personality. You gotta address the things about yourself that you don't like and integrate them into yourself. 'Cause it's still you, you know? There's no objectivity to it when you really deconstruct it. It's like, these are all parts of you. This is how you are. And you gotta learn how to work with it in a way that makes you feel comfortable with yourself. That's the only way you can escape from your own bullshit. Just, you know, not like avoiding parts of yourself that you don't like, but integrating them in a healthy way. And you'll find yourself speaking more the way that you think and feeling more comfortable after confronting people and stuff like that. Yeah, man, and like, I think it's fair to say that like, if you and me can stream for a living, our family must have done pretty fucking well relative to the majority of people in the world for us to reach that point. Even if it feels like things were tough when we were growing up, we still had it relatively good, most of us have. And like, again, like it goes back to the IQ thing. A lot of people who are smart enough to make it far enough in life to find a partner and have kids and raise them. Like if you're that smart, a lot of people are just going to try to rationalize things because of their own biases, and like they're intelligent enough to actually convince themselves of it. So that's Thanksgiving for you, man. I mean, I honestly don't feel bad about like missing out on Christmas this year because I don't want to be around it. I'll just be separate to all that. That's not the reason why I'm skipping out on it, but I do have to do a subathon before the year ends, and I don't feel too shitty about missing it this year. I'm getting my dose of it at Thanksgiving, you know. Stuff will come out. Yeah, and like the fact that you're able to like, yeah, come up, like, being able to say that you spent so much time in your room. Like, you literally had shelter, you know? Which is, like, a lot of us grew up that way. So it's, like, interesting. Yeah, I mean, like, I love my family, but I think that, like, just knowing, like, how things tend to go around these times, it's, like, I think that Thanksgiving is enough of, like, that's what I'm willing to, like, give to it this year. And next year I'll try to do better. But I think that, like, it's best for everybody that half the country takes time to reflect at least, you know. At least half the country is reflecting. I think the whole country needs to reflect too. I think everybody needs to reflect and decide how we want to be as Americans for the next 4 years. The responsibility falls on the people who won, but I think that we should all be doing reflecting, you know. Yeah, I don't want to get involved in politics ever, I don't think. I feel like politics corrupt people, and you know, I care more about my community than, like... I think a lot of gamers end up... I'm not going to name names, but a lot of gamers who think they know more than they do get into politics because Twitch is full of echo chambers and people who tell them, wow, you're so smart, you could run for president, you know. Ugh, I never want to end up there. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm glad that Mr. Beast got canceled. Hopefully, the next person who becomes the face of YouTube kind of is more in line with what I like the platform to be. Yeah, he's no longer like unanimously agreed as like a good thing for the platform anymore. He still has views and he still is obviously making a lot of money, which I don't care, he can have all of it, but there's at least like, you know, controversy over his character now, which is like, he's no longer being worshipped, which is a very good thing for society. This is a very good thing for society. Now he can keep his mill. I get it though. You could probably get me to shut up for $1 million. There's been a lot of shit with like group chats and stuff that are getting exposed and like crypto scams and yeah, he's also like trying to silence people and stuff. Wait, what? This guy who made millions of dollars out of nowhere is involved in weird financial agreements? That's so fucking surprising, dude. I mean, like, I just could never have imagined that being... Yeah, that's fucking weird, isn't it? It's like your money justifies the weird, like, fucking experiments you're doing on people. That's like some fucking, like... I know the word that, like, Nazi is thrown around a lot, but, like... You know, I shouldn't go there. That's disrespectful to people who actually were. Yeah, I take that back. Yeah, we shouldn't take that there. But it is definitely weird. Like, there's definitely some, like, dark triad going on there. If, like, you think that, like throwing around your money, doing these weird, like, psychological tests on people is, like, ethical just because you're paying them off. There was always bad vibes. Everybody felt it, you know. No, it's not fascism either. I was going down the line of like they think that it's better. Like I'm not gonna get into it. But yeah, I'm not gonna explain it because it's a stupid thought. So yeah, we'll just leave it. Me neither. But again, like that's like that's the majority of the people who are being brought to the platform. They're watching stuff like that. It has an impact on all the other shit that you see, like all the fucking non-Mr. Beast videos. They're just trying to like replicate the attention span, encapsulating like mission. Like, just, like, capture people's attention. That's, encapsulating is not the right word. Fucking, my brain's messed up from that 24-hour that I pulled. The idea that, like, the quality and the substance of what you're making doesn't matter as long as you're holding someone's attention is just, like... That's just, like, internet endgame. We gotta walk back from that. Yeah, you're definitely attracting people who are mindless, for sure. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, the dream thing, I mean, like, his fucking audience, like, truly believed that he wasn't aware that he cheated. It's wild. And like he rationalized it to himself so he could actually believe his own lie, which is, you know, it all goes back to people just trying to justify their thoughts and feelings. I'm optimistic, man. I feel like a lot of people notice like what these short form things do to them, and like me, for example, like I was fucking watching stuff like that every day at some point, but you know, I at least had the agency, minimum agency, to be like, you know what, this is bad for me, I'm gonna stop doing it. There's always a turning point. You have to realize at some point, okay, maybe this is just not good for me. We often, like, you know, stigmatize, like, drugs and alcohol, but, you know, like, the screen stuff is, like, it's getting there, dude. If there were a more negative societal perception of being on your phone all the time, then people, that's what it would take to get people to stop doing it. Which is ironically reflective of like how social media and all the shit that you're looking at on your phone is like, it's just all just like, it's all just self-perpetuating. Like, you can't criticize people who are spending so much time on their phones when you're doing it yourself. And everybody's participating in it because it's like parasocial, I guess. I don't want to call it social. The only way you can really, like, you gotta just escape it somehow. I mean, I try to limit it because I do think that, like, this is the best way to, like, send a signal for what I'm trying to do with the speedrunning and all that. This is the best way to do it, but I try to make it more social by going to events and not participating in social media outside of, like, some quips and jokes and, like, updates and, you know, stuff like that. I try to keep it real. As real as you can, at least, you know. And that's not like out of like virtue or anything like that. Like, I just, you know, it drives me insane. Like, COVID kind of fucked me up to a degree that, you know, I was worried I wasn't going to recover from, but just like starting to believe like online is real is like crazy, and I was getting there, honestly. It's definitely ingrained with most of the people that we communicate with, sure. I mean, we're on Twitch. The people that we interact with are probably going to be people who are on their phones a lot, you know? You can also learn a lot from that stuff too. You like learn about the species and shit. I knew a guy who used to like bird watch. Seems like a good pastime. Well, because, like, you're not seeing it. Like, how would you see it? How would you see it? What about the Amish? We're not hearing from them. The whole raw milk thing is like, I personally just don't drink milk. I tend to, I don't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole. Like, I don't even know what's going on with that. I'm just like, okay, I guess I'll just not drink milk. I don't think it makes much sense to drink cow milk anyway. When you really think about it, it's kind of weird. I'm not going to make any comments on the milk situation, though. I will say, though, that like a lot of the alternatives to cow milk have a lot of sugar in them. So you should be very careful of that. A lot of the reason why it tastes good is because it's full of sugar. Human milk. Sounds like some Alex Jones shit. Did you hear what they're doing in China, Joe? God. I just love the clip where he's like, hold on. You're saying a lot of things. It's like... That podcast is so fucking crazy, dude. Like, he just has some of the weirdest people on there. I honestly thought that JD Vance made a much better case than Trump made for himself. Like, I don't know. Like, Trump is definitely a little bit out there. He kind of fits in with a lot of the kinds of people that he has on that podcast. Like, on the out there meter, he's probably, like, you know, a little less out there than some of, like, the historians and stuff, but, like... He does have some people who think very differently on that podcast. Yeah, JD is much more down to earth and much more articulate. Like, I may not agree on him with everything that he says, but like, he was actually like one of the most normal people who's been on that podcast. Pretty funny. I think that Elon is okay too, as far as like the normal meter goes. In like a one-on-one conversation, but I don't know, I feel like the way that he acts on the internet is a little bit troublesome. Like when he's in person he seems fine, but the way that he acts on Twitter is like really weird. That's my problem with Elon Musk, is like there's not a lot of consistency. I think he's just insecure. But you know. Well, yeah, I mean, the guy's like... That's a good analysis, yeah. I mean, I think he's a normal guy who's been put in, like, weird situations, yeah. Like, deep down, he's a normal guy who's just, like, gotten really far off. I can get behind that.
Congratulations, you won.
Hey Frank, thanks for the gift. I'm strictly talking about the way that he talks to like people when he's like in person, he talks to people, not when he's like at these like rallies and like preaching on Twitter. Because like, maybe this is my own bias, but when I'm on the internet, I always tend to take people's behavior with a grain of salt. When you meet them in person, they're very different than how they are on the internet. Like, whenever I see, like, one-on-ones with, like, Elon, he seems much more grounded in reality than, like, he is online. Obviously, I don't know the guy, but... I've met a lot of people in person that I was unsure about, but we ended up getting along great in person. And, like, I don't know, just my own personal worldview is that you can never judge somebody by their tweets, basically. Yeah, but like, that's not true though. Like, everybody's a little different in person, to some extent. It's just a matter of, like, how much you're willing to, like, how different you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Sansiri, for the 39 months. Yeah, like, that's what I mean, is, like, just being aware of it. Like, I don't talk to people in person like I do on my stream, because, like, obviously, like, I'm the center of attention on my stream. Like, it's my stream, you guys are here for me, you know? I've met people who talk to people, like in person, like, like, the way that they talk to their fans on stream. And it is very bizarre. Very bizarre seeing people who talk that way. Like, people who, like, their brain is always on, like, business / like, PR, or, like, I'm streaming. They're, like, always, like, in the public mindset. I actually don't see anything wrong with people acting differently behind closed doors, as long as it's not, like, scandalous, you know? That used to be normal, like... It's kind of seen as like an effort, like being, you know, what they would call fake now. Like going out in public and putting on an appearance just to like make everybody else around you comfortable was once seen as a virtue in at least America. And then when you go home, you just, you know, you relax. That was kind of like... So, I mean, it's a difference of opinion. Me personally, I prefer authenticity, at least at this time, because I feel like there's not enough of it these days. But, it's still a valid point of view. To some degree, yeah. You just gotta be aware of it. And like, I'm not the one who can judge how I am on the internet versus in public. Like, that's like what other people see, you know? Like, I can't just tell people what I am, but it's about how I'm perceived and like how I present myself that people can come to the conclusion like, yeah, this guy is similar to how he is on the internet, or he's not similar, and whatnot. Like, that's just feedback, and then you take the feedback and then you make changes, and it's part of being social. Part of being social is the feedback loop. Antisocial is where you close the loop and you're only taking and receiving feedback from yourself. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, honesty is good 99% of the time, definitely. Honesty is good 99% of the time, but sometimes sometimes lying is helpful for everybody involved, but it's just a matter of like who's winning and who's losing. If you tell a lie and everybody wins from it, it can be good. Yeah, a lot of times people are criticized because they want to see them improve, but there are a lot of people who just criticize for the sake of virtue signaling and don't offer any like actual, you know, substance. They just dunk on people. Too much of that now, so it all kind of molds in. Well, what if there's like a, you know, like what if there's like a problem that's gonna get solved and you just like lie just to, you know, protect someone from like feeling the, like, I don't know, like, I don't know, she's probably not watching, but like my mom was like concerned that I was like, she always concerned when she knows I'm going on a trip, she always makes sure that I have a safe trip. She always like reaches out. But what I didn't tell her is that I almost ended up stuck in Camden without any gas last night. She's better off not knowing that. She's like, did you have an easy ride home? And I'm like, yeah. You know? It's like she's better off not knowing. Literally like 13 miles to empty, like there was no place to stop. Yeah, I don't think that my parents want to know that I'm like stuck in one of the most dangerous cities in the entire country without gas and like, you know, like all this shit that's like, you know, like I can't like go on a bus or anything like that, you know. No, there are lies by omission that are malicious as well. I don't know, like lying is used by people to win things because like it's like an easy enough way to get like a short-term gain, right? But a lot of that stuff just comes back to you, especially when people start talking. I think it's just gonna be practice, yeah. I got a bad headache today, and we spent a lot of time yapping. I also have to get back into the groove, like practicing. That's pretty funny. I think people lie to themselves more than they lie to other people. It's a much bigger issue. And nobody's gonna know but yourself, so you have to really interrogate yourself to become, you know, a fully realized human. At the end of the day, nobody's gonna do that for you. I just got the sense that, like, an election happened that a lot of people are surprised about. And we need to kind of just, like, regroup. And I want to make clear that, you know, it's not the end of the world if you think it is. We're also not saved if you think that, too. But, you know, this is just simply feedback. You just need to look at life as information and feedback. Maybe this is a good thing, maybe this is a bad thing. Yeah, if you want to be happy, if you want to be successful, you have to escape the mindset of reacting to everything as it's happening. Take information in when things happen. It's information that you process and use to make your next decision. That's how you go through life as an adult. And as you grow and you gain more, you know, responsibilities, people are depending on you. You can't be making, like, emotional decisions, you know. And then you gotta hope that they take care of you when you need to be taken care of, and that's another thing that I'm worried about with my generation is, like, I feel like not enough people feel that responsibility, that, like, they're, like, bitter toward their parents, because, like, you know, it's not uncommon that, like, the boomers were not really appreciated with how they raised their kids, right? But I don't think that, like, throwing your parents in a home to get back at them or just, like, return the favor that you perceive, like, hurt your upbringing or whatever your reasons are is really a good way to signal to your kids, you know. Like, this is how you treat your elders, you know. I'm a fan of that. I mean, those, again, like, personal experience too, like, these elderly homes, so they all, like, live in a community in, like, the same building. They just leech money out of the fucking families and patients, and my family was never good with money. They kind of just have always done things that people do because they do them. This is what people do. You put your grandparents, you put your parents in a home, and you pay the home to take care of them. It's like, next thing you know, they suck $1 million out of your retirement. And you could have just, you know, invested that money in increasing the value of your home and paying a caretaker to come to the home and help take care of your parents. Like, it's just stuff like that. Like, where's the money going? Yeah, and, like, the way that they handled COVID, too. I didn't get to see my grandfather when he died of COVID because of those fucking awful asylums, just called them that. So, yeah, I feel strongly about that issue, definitely. The government fucks everything up. Yeah, have a good one, Frank. Thanks, dude. Crazy conversation. This is the most centrist conversation of all time. But, like, centrism actually is a virtue where everybody's so divided. So. Exactly, dude. The hypocrisy and just like what even, like, ugh. COVID was such a dark time for humanity, dude. Like, I feel like less emotionally capable after fucking COVID, man. It's all about how we choose to process this shit, man. I thought that COVID was great when I saw like the viewership and the money and everything, but like I was just like I didn't understand. I didn't understand anything when I was 23 years old. I was just like, yeah, this is great for me. But it was actually terrible for me. I never really, like, synthesized, like, how important the community is, and, like, all it did was just kind of, like, rip the community up. That made me miserable. I mean, it was a learning experience that made me appreciate having live events and people taking the time and the effort to show up and play games and watch us play. It made this pace really, really nice, because the contrast of, like, how things were when we were just getting started again versus how they are now, you know? Yeah, I mean, I just stuck the course through COVID, but I didn't realize, like, how isolated I was becoming because of it. Yo, how's it going, man? We have to move on because it's getting late. I think I'll leave this title. I'll leave the title for next stream too.
I've gone.
Yeah. It was great. I really want you guys to submit your runs. That community would be perfect for pace, like straight up. Perfect vibes. I'll remind you. I'll remind you to submit as well. I know you mentioned like you guys have a hard time like remembering stuff, so I'll take it upon myself to make sure that you guys do it. I'll be campaigning. Yeah. It's in person, but it's also remote, but you really should just go in person, honestly. Like, trust me, it's worth it. I love the energy at pace. People are just playing their games. Everybody's so kind and like interested in what you're doing. And we played Mafia as well. Like we did like we organized a group activity where like all the different runners were playing and we all had fun. It was just like it was nice. Also, if you're not into like alcohol, there is a lot of alcohol at pace if you want to do it. But me personally, I don't drink, and I like to organize activities that don't involve drinking. So. If you're worried about not fitting in because of like the alcohol situation, I'm there, so you don't have to worry about that, you know? Like there are people who surround me and we all do like other stuff, you know, we organize other activities. Yeah, it's 21 in the US, yeah. But I know a lot of people just don't drink in general, like, I get that. Yeah, no, I had an experience when I was 21 that really turned me away from it, and I wasn't even really interested in it in the first place, but like, you know, it was an experience and I tried it. Totally my fault though, absolutely my fault. Yeah, no, there's definitely like a lot of that going on, for sure. But, I think it's all about balance. Because GDQ is like... One of the things I didn't like about GDQ is that everybody was always looking to get drunk, which... I feel like you need to have a proper balance, you know? No, because people just do it in their rooms. They just do it in the hotel rooms. Oh no, GDQ is like... No, I mean... A lot of scandals have happened at GDQ. A lot of scandalous things have been exposed about like runners like taking advantage of people at GDQ and stuff. It's I don't know how big of an issue it is these days, but back in the day that was like, yeah, pretty fucking relevant. Fucking gamers, man. Gamers. I don't know, just me personally, I wouldn't get caught. Like, you'll never catch me in a fucking hotel room with alcohol. That's like, that is not my scene. I'm too old to be caught fucking being around that. I have too much to lose. Like, I don't want to even witness anything, you know? Never catch me around that kind of a scene. That's why I like doing like the party games and stuff to entertain people and shit. Oh no, I wasn't talking about like kids getting touched. I'm sure that happens too, but like, just, you know, like girls getting a little too drunk and then, you know, people take advantage of them. It's like, and there was recently a thing that happened at like TwitchCon with that, with somebody in the speedrunning community, right? Like there was like an accusation. Something like that. I know at least at GDQ, like if you're a minor, you need to be accompanied by a parent. Like you can't be there alone, which is very base of them. Yeah, anybody under the age of 18 has to be accompanied. by a parent at GDQ. Oh. Well, that wasn't the Melee community. That was primarily the Smash 4 community, or Ultimate, or whatever it is now. The Melee community had some instances of like women being taken advantage of, but the Smash Ultimate community had a lot of like pedophile stuff going on, and like group DMs with like minors and stuff. I think that Melee actually didn't have any of the pedophiles, actually. Which, yes, pedophilia is objectively worse. They're both bad, obviously. Appropriate that Zero was a Diddy man, was the tweet that I saw. I don't know why I've been having such bad headaches lately, but I want to start feeling better soon. Maybe I'm dehydrated. Yeah, maybe I like got something, but it's like not manifesting outside of like the headaches. I don't know.
Here we are in.
Yo, a lot of practice. I don't think I'm stressed. I think I'm just like, just been tired. I don't get that from my own chairs and stuff, but like maybe it's just from like not being in my usual bed, driving too much, sitting in bad chairs over the couple of days. Something like that. Just practice, yeah. We're not going to be able to do runs today, unfortunately. I don't know if you're still here, Flo, but how would you feel about making a group chat with like the Potter runners and like the guys that like we already go to pace, and like we can like discuss when the time comes to like figure out like who's going and like who's submitting what runs and so forth. That could be a good idea, just to keep people like talking about it. Yeah, it's a little tougher when you're in Europe, yeah. I feel you, man. That was actually terrible. Terrible.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can hear you! Aye, aye, Captain! Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? SpongeBob SquarePants! Absorbent and yellow and porous is he? SpongeBob SquarePants! Hypnotic nonsense be something you wish. SpongeBob SquarePants! And drop on the deck and flop like a fish. SpongeBob SquarePants! Ready? SpongeBob SquarePants! SpongeBob SquarePants! SpongeBob SquarePants!
Hey, it was really good, really fun. We are now locked in though. Oh shit, wrong level, but
Yeah.
Basket Jab, thanks for the 36 months. Yeah, we're locked in now. I'm really trying to, you know. We're trying to make this run happen. Yeah. I have a couple of things going on soon, but I hope I can get this run before the year is over. I have a really bad headache today, and I'm trying to just work with that. I don't know, I just, obviously today, like, a lot of people are going to be feeling weird because of the election results, and I kind of wanted to, like, try to smooth that over with my audience and help people get on the same page somewhat and move forward and so forth, but,
Here we are.
I figured, best to take care of that today while I'm, like, kind of, like, having these headaches and stuff. Waking up at bad times and shit. Better off just take care of that today. And tomorrow we'll lock in.
Are you ready, kids?
Yeah, I mean,
I can hear you!
most people are not tolerant of different viewpoints, that's for sure. I'm definitely intolerant of some viewpoints that I feel are going too far, but I think people have just narrowed their... People have narrowed their spectrum of acceptable viewpoints over the past 10 years, and... If people were happier these days, then maybe I'd be okay with it, but people don't seem to be happier overall, so that's why I tend to allow it. Whatever I can allow, obviously. But I don't think this community has any viewpoints that would, like, get people banned or something, you know? I think that just on principle, you have to have a pretty open mind to be interested in watching SpongeBob speedruns in the first place. I don't think this is attracting people who are closed-minded innately. But yeah, I heard a lot of like people in this community like getting upset over like Trump and shit, and it's like, I don't know, I feel bad because most people who get their information from multiple sources don't feel that way. They may not like Trump, they may see him as a bit of a risk, obviously, reasonably. I personally see Trump as a risk, but yeah, thinking that it's like the end of the world is like, you gotta just move through life, man. You can't just be hung up on shit like that. He wouldn't have gotten elected if he were all the things that people say about him.
Are you ready, kids?
Yeah, you're pretty much voting between somebody who's a bit unhinged and has some unhinged people advising him. But you also have some smart people on his team, but it's like half unhinged, half smart. And then you have, you know, like the other, where it's like,
Hey, kid.
who's even running the government? Like, that's scary too, you know? They're both just scary, objectively, but I don't think that we were like, people were like ready to celebrate if she won. And people are like celebrating because Trump won. It's like, I don't think that either of these candidates are worth celebrating. I'm just kind of looking at things closely, and like, I'm just like leaning in, you know? That's where I'm at. I don't think that either of these victories would be worthy of my celebration. Is the camera altering this angle? It's so weird. You mean Kamala? Yeah, well, I agree with that 1000%.
Here we are.
Because the only goal was just to get Trump out, and that was the only thing that they were going to be held accountable for, was just getting and keeping Trump out. Like, their only campaign promise was to get rid of Donald Trump. And a bunch of vague bullshit, like, opportunity economy. Like, okay, so, like, you mean the middle class existing? Like, does the middle class not already exist, and if it does exist, is it suffering, do you think? It's just very out of touch, and, yeah, they're gonna have to learn from their mistakes. That's awesome, dude. What is Bitcoin up to right now? Is it peaking? Is it like touching 80 or some shit? Bitcoin is done. Yeah, I mean, I don't follow crypto. I always just ask my chat how they're feeling about it, you know. Yeah, that's crazy. That's not a crazy pump. That's not a crazy pump, but that is pretty wild. 76 is wild, dude. My stocks are doing well. I'll let you know right now. I'm not going to give you numbers, but I will let you know how we're doing. Let's see how we're doing today. Bro, my shit's so fucking old. Wow. That's a good day. I mean, what can I say, man? What can I say? That's fucking wild, dude. That's a good, wow. That's a good day. Like I checked it earlier and like it was like pretty good, but I'm like, what the fuck? I don't think I've ever seen it go up that high in one day. Not in recent memory, at least. I don't have crypto. I have a fiduciary, so like I don't fully make my decisions. Like I have people like advising me. But I had a really good day in the stock market. So. We'll see how it plays out. It goes up, down, all over the place. Nobody knows where the fuck it's going. Yeah, I don't know anything about Palantir, honestly. To be honest, but yeah. You think that he wants to adopt Bitcoin as an official currency? I feel like the fucking... There's no way he'd be able to get that vote. Trump is a little crazy, man. Just a little. He's like the right amount of crazy. Just not crazy. Like, just not quite crazy enough to just win. Unprecedented times, man.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't hear you! Aye, aye, Captain!
I'm not fucking. I've seen people do that, like start a fucking cryptocurrency as a streamer. No. Nope. We will not be doing that here, and I'm sticking to that. We're not doing that. That is a no. That's a no from me.
Hello to my little bubble friend.
Oh, that's interesting. Do you think? Oh, that's really interesting. Hold on. I need to look into that more. And you're allowed to publicly purchase that? Am I missing something? You're allowed to publicly purchase a position on a company that collects people's data? There's something wrong with this country, man. There's something very wrong with this country. Yeah, like, what? I'm like, am I reading this right? I need to look into this more. Well, I know the CIA hates Trump, or at least the people who are in charge of the CIA hate Trump. So, I don't even know, like... Dude, he's like, this second term is literally gonna be like a ball in the China house, like... It's a little concerning, but it's at least gonna be interesting. China shop, bull in a China shop. China. Huh. That's an interesting conspiracy. You think that Trump is compromised? Yeah, that's a little weird that like that's all, if that all lines up with the whole like data company stuff. I mean, at least like from my like perception, I don't think that it doesn't seem like the fuck my brain. GOP is. I feel like Trump has more power over the GOP because they did try to replace him with Nikki Haley. Yeah, I think that part of that's also because of like the lawsuits too. Like they sued the fucking shit out of him. He's definitely much more of a politician than he was 8 years ago, and he does accept a lot of money from people, yeah. Which is like, you know, I get why, like, I mean, I disavow like 99% of Nick Fuente's opinions, but he was one of the first people to say like Trump is no longer like an outsider, like guy who's gonna like drain the swamp. Like he's just a politician now. And I kind of see that actually. I've felt like that for a while too, but I didn't know that it was like to the extent that like it's possible that like Vance is like invested in something that's like truly like vested against the interests of people like with like data collection and shit. Yeah, he's a really strange person. He's like very far out there, and yeah.
Hello to my little bubble friend.
No, yeah, he's like... I know that like a lot of the bad stuff gets highlighted from him, like I've never like actually sat down and watched him like in full. But the opinions that I've heard from him are bad enough, like, with full context that I just don't... I just don't think it's, you know, something that I'd want to sit and listen to. Unless I'm really in the mood to just, like, listen to somebody who's on a completely different plane of existence than I am, basically. Like, living in a different reality. Which I think there's still value to listening to stuff, as long as you don't, like, internalize it, but yeah. Yeah, that's really interesting with JD Vance. I didn't know that about him.
Hello to my little bubble friend. Hello to my little bubble friend.
It makes me wonder, like, I know people were saying, like, they want, like, yeah, JD Vance will run that. I don't think that he'd be, I feel like he wouldn't get elected, like, who do they really put up after Trump, man? It's, like, such a weird, like, maybe it is him, I don't know. Yeah, no, I that is an absolutely valid concern, yeah. And you said that Palantir stocks went fucking crazy today, huh? Dang, dude. That's wild stuff, dude. It's like Pelosi all over again. I mean, this is why you can't have one party like destroying the other, because like none of these people are uncorruptible. So that's definitely worth something keeping an eye on for sure. I'm having strokes, man. Trump is taking moderates with him and like centrists. That's the reason why he won. All the centrists and moderates are voting for him. Outside of those who are like in the, you know, the media bubble that like paints him as being like Hitler or some shit. Like the centrists and moderates that are paying attention, and like left-leaning people, but not like totally on the left, who all voted for Trump. I mean, you had two choices. See, that's like... She really didn't pander this time, though. Like, I don't think that her... It's weird because she usually panders to, like, small bases, but... Like, the Democrats in general do. Like, Joe Biden, that was another thing that, like, got him to win, is because he was virtue signaling to, like, smaller communities and stuff, but... I mean... She kind of, like, abandoned, like, a lot of, like, the smaller issues this time. Like, it was really just, oh yeah, I'm gonna do what Trump's doing, but better, and by the way, he's not Trump, so, like, I don't know. Exactly, dude. Like, Cardi B reading off her phone. Like, how'd that not swing it, man? Like, God. I don't think that any of the rhetoric swung the election, though. Because, like, the majority of the people who are voting are people who have to vote because the politics affect them. And they're not affected by rhetoric. They're only affected, you know... The people who are coming out in millions to vote are the working class people who are genuinely affected by the politics. Like, seeing Taylor Swift advocate for somebody is not enough to get a Swiftie to go out and vote. And sit on a 4-hour line. That's a big reason why the celebrity shit didn't work. Yeah, not a memorable candidate for sure. I wonder where we'd be if they let Bernie win. The primary, I mean. Odds are Trump probably would have beaten Bernie anyway, but... I think just the fact that they got so used to, like... Joe Biden was like a good enough choice. He's like moderately conservative, honestly. It's... People don't even like see that like a lot of their policies were the same. I don't know. Like... It's really interesting because like, I don't even think that Joe Biden really represented where the party was going, but... A lot of conservatives voted for him. And, you know, he was still under the label of Democrat, so... Yeah, I don't think that the 2020 election was any more stolen than, like, you know... I don't think that 2020 was stolen. I know a lot of people are, like, questioning it now because of the voter turnout this time, but... I think that more people had a far greater incentive to vote in 2020 because politics were impacting everybody because of the COVID lockdowns and stuff. People were voting against COVID. I mean, you literally saw that, like, in real time. When Biden got elected, people went outside and partied in the streets as if COVID had just been, like, repealed. Like, it just doesn't... People are just so fucking dumb, dude. And then, like, this is all happening in Philly, by the way. Like, when Biden won Pennsylvania. And all the people who were outside partying in, like mass groups, like... All the fucking COVID spread over in New Jersey and all of us got sick. Just fucking hypocrites, man. Yeah, I don't want to touch that. I don't want to touch that. I mean, I think there are several valid perspectives on that, but yeah, I don't think that's worth touching. But COVID hypocrisy is definitely something that I feel strongly about. I don't think that my lived experience, I mean, like, obviously, I do think that destroying small businesses is not really a smart idea, especially when a lot of them are run by minorities. But that's like the extent of my opinion. They should have been rioting in fucking DC, you know? Instead of destroying the businesses of the people they claim to support. There was a time in like 2021, 2022, following those riots where it almost felt like crime was like recreational in some areas. That's something that bothered me. I noticed that like there was more and more crime just because because you know, like it's cool, you know. Wasn't that around the same time like the devious licks were happening? Like the TikTok shit, people would just like literally like do home invasions on camera. I mean, like, what even was that? Yeah, I don't think people are stupid. I think that people remember the past 4 years. But yeah, like, if systemic racism does exist, I don't think that attacking small businesses that are held by minorities is helping improve the problem of systemic racism. Like, wouldn't, like, protesting at the governor's office make more sense? I mean, let's be real, like fucking Tim Walz, you know, he wasn't seeing any of that blowback for how, like, systemic the system is, like, systemically racist the system is. The government really didn't take too much flack for it. From what I understand, Walz actually just allowed it, and like, kind of encouraged it as well. But, you know, if they were protesting the lawmakers that allowed that kind of shit to be exploited, you know, let's assume that it is exploited, you know, for the sake of the argument. It's so strange because, like, normally the government would, like, the whole idea of the riot is just to get attention and force the government, like, in a situation where they have to do something, but the government actually liked it. The government was actually, like, totally down with all that destruction because it made Trump look bad. Like, Trump's America is full of riots and violence, but, like, all these, like, Democrat-run cities are letting people destroy shit. It's like, it's crazy, like they really just, I mean, they wanted to win really badly, and it does feel a bit deranged in hindsight, like, anything to get Trump out of office, just to shift the blame onto him. Because that was a big contention point for that election, was like, look at how violent people are, look at the chaos happening in these cities. Like, these are cities that these governors had control over. Like, they can deploy the force to again, like, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, not even, like, protesting the police departments, like, doesn't even make any sense, dude. Yeah, I know that's what people say. But I can say that I did see those videos of all those businesses being looted and stuff, and it's almost like they were just, like, going after, like, sitting targets that aren't gonna retaliate. Like, if they rioted against, like, the police department, I think it's a little harder to pull off. That whole situation was just really unfortunate, like everything surrounding it was just bad.
Yeah.
Yo, Sandy, thanks for the 22 months. And like apparently like BLM like they like use the money to like fund the what's it called? The like discretionary needs of like the people who are like in charge of it. Is that the right word? Like it just made the people who run the thing wealthier, and it didn't really like accomplish what they were using it to do. Like, I mean, I'll give you a personal story. It's like in the speedrunning, I mean, like, you know, the speedrunning community is like very left-leaning. Like it's like a lot of like hardcore like ultra left-wing people are like in charge of the speedrunning community and like running it. And like me, I definitely fall more like in the center. Maybe I lean to the left on like economic issues and to the right on social issues. But you know, I was just like observing people just like witch hunting and saying like, if nobody's talking about like this thing, you know, pay attention to who's not talking about like BLM and all this shit. And I'm like, oh boy, like, well, I don't want people to like think that I'm like racist or anything. So I'm like out here like I like donated money to it, even though I had no idea what it was and I didn't do any research, and yeah, I didn't even know what that was when because I just kind of got bullied into it, you know. And then when I saw like what it like it wasn't going to what people were saying it was going to, I'm like, wait a minute, like they literally got me to give them money. It wasn't a small amount of money either. Yeah, I mean, how old was I when that was going down? Like, I was 23, right? Yeah, that fucked me up. I was like, wait, people lie about these things? Like, how could somebody lie about such a sensitive issue? I think that's the first time I've actually mentioned that on stream, actually, that I kind of felt like I was getting bullied into, like, giving money to this thing. Because, like, I made a snap judgment based on what everybody else was saying, and, like, aside from, like, the fact that, like, I was being reassured by people who I trusted for some reason that it was a good thing, and that they looked into it, and everybody else was doing it. I didn't even like look into it myself, so I think there are a lot of people in that camp who like they feel like they tried to participate in something that was supposed to be a good thing and it turned out to just be exploitation. Yeah, man, I mean, I was 23. I mean, I was pretty, I guess, immature for a 23-year-old, but yeah. It is what it is. We all learn. Yeah, I don't know what you're implying with that, but yeah, I don't know, like, it kind of reminds me of, like, Coney 2012, and even though I was, like, too young to understand the nuances of it, it's like, you know, sell something as being a good thing, while you're, like, actively, like, creating the problem, like other problems, or just, like, using the money for something else. Yeah, I mean, I definitely like went to a school that is, I mean, like pretty much all schools, all institutions lean liberal. I had a business degree, but a lot of people in my school, like I had a law professor in my freshman year for business law who really hated Donald Trump, and she would like mix in her political opinions into her discussions about law, and it was so weird. Like the day that he got elected, going to class the next day, like half the class was like smirking, the other half of the class was upset, and she was just like, she was really just like not a happy camper for the rest of that semester. It was a weird time to be in school, man. It was 4 years. Yeah, I mean, voting for Trump in 2016 was definitely questionable. But at the same time, like, if you were in the know with, like, the Clintons and, like, the shit that they're up to, it becomes more like an understandable thing. And then this year kind of feels similar to that, where, like, the DNC's been up to, like, really shady stuff for a while, and a lot of people feel like they can't vote for it in good conscience, you know? But 2020 was a weird one because people were mad about COVID. So, I don't know, I understand why people don't like Trump and why they would never vote for him, but I also don't understand why those same people, never is a strong word. Like, if literally Hitler were running against Trump, I think that people would bite the bullet and vote for Trump, you know what I mean? So there's definitely a limit, but the people who think that he really is Hitler, like, that's crazy. No, they definitely aren't. I mean, it's rare, man. It's good teachers, professors in general. Yeah, man. No, I definitely, I feel that. Like, and the fact that, like, you still, like, went out and voted blue, even though, like, you had a feeling that Trump was gonna win, it's like, yeah, no, I totally, I respect that, man. Yeah, I don't care who you vote for. I mean, like, people don't even understand what voting is. Like, voting is not an endorsement of a candidate. It's like, you know, you pick who you feel represents you better than the other person, and it's like, that's what it is, and that's it. You don't know why people are voting, what issues are the most important to them. I'm sure most people, when they go into that booth, they're not happy with who they pick. But yeah, like, you're gonna have people like the MAGAs who, like, it's like Trump no matter what, and then you have the other side of it where it's like never Trump ever. But I just think that we need to move away, like, the Democrats specifically need to move away from this whole, like, never Trump shit, because I feel like a lot of the rhetoric just dissolves if they just stop poking him, you know? And then we can focus on the real issues, and then the people who are Democrats, like real Democrats, can vote Democrat again. Yes. They just gotta come back to the center and stop throwing around all this rhetoric. That's, like, really the real problem. Because I think that, like, Biden, when it comes to, like, election time, Biden and Kamala both kind of came back to the center a little bit in terms of policy, but they're still parroting this Trump shit, you know? Like, they come back to the center for elections to win independence, and then they just go back to the left immediately as soon as they get in office, and I think people are just tired of that. Like, the way that Trump ran 2016 through 2017 through 2020, like, it did not feel like a right-wing society, you know? It's just felt pretty moderate, you know? I do think that Trump term 2 is going to be a little more right-wing, though. Because of the whole, like being tough on crime and, like, you know, how far that'll go, and, like, the border security and, like, how far that'll go. It really depends on how far they're willing to go to get things, like, secured again, as far as, like, getting crime down and, like, you know, keeping people from hopping the border in, like, millions at a time and shit. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's weird that we attribute certain things to being, like, left or right wing, when, like, it just feels like having borders is common sense, and, you know, like, being tough on crime to an extent is common sense. Yeah, we'll never be dissolving parties, though. It's just not gonna happen.
Hello to my little bubble friend.
There's way too much money in it. It's also just branding, too. You know how much merch gets moved? Because of that branding that goes with it? I mean, it's like selling concert tickets, man. It's entertainment. Well, what I mean by tough on crime is, like, again, that's what they campaign on. That's like one of the things that Trump says, like, tough on crime. Which, you know, that could be as extreme as, like, jailing people unlawfully, or, like, discriminating against people by like, jailing them. Or it could just mean tough sentences for people who break the law. Like, we just have to see what that means, you know? It really just typically depends, like, how complacent they are, because, again, like, both of these parties have the ability to be complacent, but the more complacent their base makes them, the more, you know, extreme things they can do, if that makes sense. Yeah, I hope that the Trump team realizes it's a miracle that they were able to, like, to win this big, and I hope that they don't take that and be like, oh yeah, like, we can do whatever we want now. Like, there needs to be, like, some modesty. There needs to be some modesty, you know? Well, Trump is just as vague as other politicians, man. I mean, Kamala is even more vague than Trump. It's just politics. It's just politics. I think that Trump actually was specific about things, though. He said that he wants the death penalty for anybody coming in from a foreign country who kills a civilian who is, like, a police officer or service worker. Like, he gave specifics to stuff like that. But it goes under the blanket of tough on crime, yeah. And, like, me personally, I don't like the concept of death penalty for anything. I don't think it's up to us when somebody should die. But at the same time, it's also taxpayers who are paying for, you know, the incarceration of people who are just murderers, so I don't have a strong stance on that personally. I just want to feel that it's safe to walk around, you know? I don't want to, like, get, like, mugged or anything like that. Yeah, because she was running on morals, you know? It's just all moral signaling, but, like, most people are feeling right now that they want the thing with Israel to stop. Like, that's, like, pretty, like, across party lines. Like, people just want Israel to stop fucking blowing up Gaza, right? So, she wouldn't even talk on that, and she also went as far to, like, air different campaigns depending on which swing state you're in, you know? So she wasn't even, like, consistent on her, like, her campaign promises between swing states. It's literally just, like, the campaign always felt desperate to me. It always felt like it was desperate. They knew that Biden couldn't win. They knew that she couldn't win. And then that fucking weird Iowa poll came out toward the end, which is like, well, that person's career is over. Like, you know what I mean? And it's crazy that, like, they tried to pull off so many fucking psyops toward the end, and all the hoaxes, and it's like, dude, people who were not paying attention to the ground are just shocked today, man. It's a good lesson for a lot of people. And I hope that the fucking Republicans don't get complacent, dude. I really hope that they just do what's right for the country and not just like stick it in and parade around the fact that they won. I really, really hope that people just be modest about this shit. Because all you're doing is just making people mad. And that's like I think that most Americans are just tired of everybody around them being mad. And the way that you do that is like fucking drinking the lid tears, you know, as they say. You know, people want to act like they're mature until they win and they act like children. It's really annoying. See, I hope that Trump has the humility. I think the fact that he got shot gives me hope that he will have the humility to do the right thing. Because, like, only very few people know how that feels. Like, be in a situation where your life could have been over, you could have died, and you realize, like, you're really not that important. You know, I think that, like, literally almost getting shot like that is enough to, like, scare somebody straight. If there were any, like, reservations. Like, do you remember how Trump was feeling, like, after he got shot, when he, like, had a change of heart, and he's calling for unity, and then they kept calling him Hitler, so he had to fucking go down to their level and start fucking doing the routine again. Like, for a little bit, it really felt like things were gonna turn a corner, but, like, I really do think that, like, a big part of this election was just all the lies and propaganda that really, like, forced everybody to kind of, like, go super fucking low and just, like, roll in the mud with all the hoaxes and shit. And, like, now that there's, like, a clear, decisive winner, I really hope that the winner decides to stick true on one of those promises that was pretty important to me. Like, calling for unity over the sake of, like, being right. He has nothing to say, like, he fucking won in a landslide, he shouldn't have to say anything, you know? He's said himself that, like, he doesn't think that Kamala is the problem. Like, he doesn't even, like, regard Kamala. This could just be just talking shit and disrespect, but he doesn't even, like, regard Kamala as, like, the candidate that he was running against, you know? Like, it doesn't really seem personal between him and her. I don't even think that I think that Joe Biden secretly voted for Trump. I mean, come on, man. It's just strange how... It's like... Yeah, man. It's... I hope people realize that, at least, like, according to, like, if you want to just, like, take him for his word, I think that Trump is running against, you know, more than these candidates here, and, like, whether you think he's the person to do it or not is, like, up to you. I think he's a good candidate or not, but my guess is that most people are willing to take a risk on Trump based on the way people voted. They're willing to take a risk on him even if it means things get worse. But for the chance to get better, I think that people resonate with that chance as opposed to just, like, more of the same, not knowing who's running the government, stuff like that. That's how the average person who's not involved in politics feels. Yeah, I was, like, the thing about, like, Biden, like, sabotaging her by, like scheduling, like, press conferences over her rallies, the MAGA hat thing, and, like the red dress. Like, I feel like there are too many things that line up for them not to be trying to, like, sabotage that campaign. Because it was a fucking coup, dude. Like Joe Biden won their primary and they booted him out. That's, like, not even democratic. It's not even democratic. The thing is, man, like, the left was abandoning you too. Like, Kamala Harris was not running on any of the transgender protection stuff that Joe Biden was running on, and, like, signaling with the flags and stuff. Like, she abandoned you guys before she even lost, and unfortunately, that's just the reality, is like, those people are only using you for a vote. It sucks, but it is what it is, man. That's just what they do. They just, when they realize it's not a big issue, they're just gonna dump you. And I wish I could tell you what the solution to that is, but it is what it is, man. It's just not the direction that the majority of the country is headed in, and I feel for you guys. I don't think that you deserve to be caught in the middle of this shit, but the politicians, like, they never cared about any of this stuff. It's all just for the vote. Yeah, I mean, it's tough, man, but I feel like if we had too much control over it, it'd just be anarchy. Like, a fully democratic society just doesn't really work very well. I think the system that we have where we elect representatives and, you know, they represent us because they're experts, supposedly, you know, ideally speaking, like, I think that makes a lot more sense than just like a popular vote deciding literally everything for everyone. Especially when it's a union of states and not like one big. The federal government's not supposed to tell you how to live. That's not the federal government's role. The federal government's role is to protect the country. And the local governments are supposed to decide how we live our lives because it's more impacted by the people who vote for the officials in those. Yeah, the Fed's not supposed to tell us what to do like that. Yeah, like, Kamala Harris was fundamentally not a democratically elected candidate. And anybody who is saying, well, she was on the ballot in 2020, that's just cope, dude. I know for a fact that the majority of people who were voting for Kamala Harris, that I knew personally, or not Kamala Harris, I mean Joe Biden, they were very concerned with the very real possibility that Joe Biden would kick fucking bucket during the time he was president, and then Kamala would be installed as the president of the United States. And people just kind of forgot about that in wake of, like, oh, well, it's Kamala or Trump, so then they just pretended like Kamala was the best president ever and the best candidate ever, and like, it didn't work. It just didn't work. They should have ran a primary, but, you know, if they ran a primary, it would have been too late. So, like, it just goes back to, like, they shouldn't have fucking lied. They shouldn't have lied about Joe Biden's cognitive decline, and they waited until it was too late, and that's why they lost. Well, that's the thing about money, like, and this is actually something that I do agree with Trump on, is that, like, religion is a necessary thing in a society like this, where you do have, like, up and down class movement and, like, incentive to potentially exploit people. Like, exploit your neighbor to get ahead, for example. Like, if there's no, like, feeling of a greater purpose, other than just following the money and the fame and the clout, like, if there's nothing that you put above all that, then the whole country just goes to hell. And I'm not saying that everybody has to be a single religion, because I feel that a lot of different religions have that same virtue, is that they force you to put your community and greater values of morality above just chasing money, like greed, and so forth. I do agree with that. I tend to agree, like, the state shouldn't be telling you what religion to practice, but the culture's movement away from religion is a big reason why we are where we are now. Yeah, but Sweden wouldn't exist if it weren't for the United States. Russia would just take it over. I'm tired of these, like, European examples of, like, isolated countries that don't have to get involved in any kind of foreign affairs, that are just fucking, well, this one has socialized healthcare, and this one has this and that. Like, they don't have the same responsibilities and influence that America has to deal with. Like, it's not a comparable scenario. What do you think Russia would do if the United States were a third world country? What do you think would happen? You don't think that Russia had interest in taking over Europe during the late 20th century? Come on, man. It's like post Cold War stuff. It's pretty simple, really. If the United States didn't invest in rebuilding Europe and organizing NATO and so forth, we would have... The Europeans have a lot of problems. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, Russia wants Europe. We all know that. That's like clear as day. Russia wants Europe and we want Europe, basically. But, you know, as far as like the free market is concerned, like we're better off having Europe like governing itself and producing its own goods and selling to us and so forth. Like, America's never expressed interest in taking over Europe. Well, that's the thing, man. It's like, there's a right amount of world police and a wrong amount of world police. If we have no involvement in the rest of the world, that could be a bad thing. If we have too much involvement to the point where we're just starting unnecessary wars, that's also a bad thing. There's a right balance, man. But I still think that, you know, most people in Europe would agree they'd rather be under the influence of United States influence than Russian influence. I think that's pretty fair to say that most Europeans feel that way. Like, being able to stay out of conflict as a European country is a privilege, you're not entitled to that. I mean, the United States overwhelmingly funds NATO and takes care of shit whenever, like, you know, for example, with, like, Ukraine, you know. I have no idea how this will change under Trump. That's, like, up in the air over the next 4 years. Your thought was that if the US didn't exist or were a third world country, Russia would have taken over Europe already? If not totally take it over, be entirely, like, influenced over it, yeah. Like, Russia would just be subject to Europe would be subject to Russian influence through and through if the United States dollar were not worth as much as it is. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Russia or China, which, you know, I think that most of these westernized countries in Europe would not like that. But I can't speak for them. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but there's definitely value that China and Russia see in having influence over Europe. Yeah, well, I guess we can just agree to disagree. But my point is, you know, Europe has not had to get involved in anything like that since World War II. America has overwhelmingly... I guess the Korean War was, like, pretty balanced, right? But... I mean... I don't think that Europe needs to suffer more than it already has. Let's just put it that way. Historically. I mean, like Putin has literally called for action, telling Europe that they have to start, you know, distancing itself from United States dependability. He's like literally said that in the last year and a half. It's not even like a secret motive, man. Like, it's the Cold War never ended. The Cold War never ended. We've been living through this since before I was born, and it's still going on. That's the whole idea with the Ukraine thing, is like he's not going to stop at Ukraine, and we're not going to stop at Ukraine. It's just a power struggle between the US and Europe, and it always has been since the end of the Second World War. That's not going to change anytime soon. Yeah, they would have either taken it over, or they just have full influence over it, and Europe be fully dependent on. I mean, like, Germany at this point is fully dependent on Russia for fuel, aren't they? Yeah, isn't this part of why, you know... Yeah, I don't want to get further into this before I start going out of my area of, you know, knowledge. U.S. is a third world country patriotically. I don't know about that after last night, honestly. But it is definitely arguable. I'm just not gonna forget the burning of American flags and saying that America is evil and occupied territory by the literal people that are being voted into office, and like, I think people don't forget stuff like that. Even if they want to come back to the center for a full year when they want to get elected again. The Jan 6 stuff is definitely not patriotic though, so I can totally see that. If it weren't for January 6th, that's like... I think that a lot of people just have a lot of different ideas about what America should be, and... For what it's worth, man, I was happy to at least see, like the Democrats try to take on more of the, like, American, like symbolism at their events and talking about being patriots. At least it's like something that they tried to campaign on this time. I liked that, you know, both parties were claiming to be patriots, which, like, that's not a bad thing necessarily, you know. Well, that's the thing, man, is like, there's never gonna be a time in human history where everyone's happy. And just the nature of our system, like, someone's always gonna be losing, but if the US overall wins, that's how even the people who are currently losing the most get lifted up more, because the bar is just higher. We're never gonna all be living in harmony. There's always gonna be somebody winning and somebody losing, unfortunately. But if the United States, with its sovereignty, does better than the rest of the world and lifts up the poverty line just through the fact that, like, living in a country that's wealthier than other countries makes the least fortunate people more fortunate than those who are the least wealthy elsewhere. That's the most, like, logical way to... Because in the United States, you can lose your entire wealth in a generation. You can lose it as easily as you gain it. And I think that's the only fair system. You're never going to have a situation where everybody is harmonious. That's just not possible. Yeah, lift up the poverty line so people who are objectively in poverty relative to the rest of the United States are still not suffering. And the only way you do that is by growing the economy and, you know, giving people more opportunities to work and build their way up. If there's no starting point, then that's how poverty begins. There has to be a starting point. And the fact that, like, basically everybody has a smartphone in their pocket now. I remember when an iPhone was just an upper-class luxury when I was growing up. Like, a smartphone in general was like, only the rich kids had that when I was growing up. Like, the average person who's not wealthy has access to all the information they need to succeed in the United States now. It's actually insane. Like, the situations that they're in, like, you know, they may not be easy to get out of, but, like, the information is all there. There's never been a more doable time than now to succeed. That's coming from somebody who figured out how to make a living doing this shit, though. But I fucking worked hard, man, and I had a good idea. I don't think that everybody who works in this profession works hard. I'm not gonna sit here and say that streaming is necessarily a hard job. Like, I definitely make it harder on myself by doing what I choose to do and how much I choose to spend my time doing it. But what I get out of it if I'm not making as much money as some other people do, just like, you know, feeding into the typical like correct opinions and correct games to play and correct things to upload and correct things to blah blah blah, the correct posts to put on Twitter. Like, not feeding into that. Yeah, I may not be better off, like, financially at least, or like socially in terms of like my status, but what I do have is a very real feeling community of people surrounding this shit. That like when we show up in person, they show up, and you know, that's just really all that matters to me. Is like, I'm not a greedy person. I know what I want out of this life, and that's, you know, I'm pretty confident in that. Yeah, but I also like, of course I wish that I could do better. We all wish we could do better, but like, what I do for having the opportunity, like the opportunities and temptations that I have to just not do things the way that I do it, I do get rewarded because I have the strongest fan base on the website for somebody my size. So it's just easy to think to yourself, I want more and more and more. I work really hard, I should have more. But the reality is there are a lot of people who would not be able to stream the same game for 9 years and still get along. Yeah, he's cool. He's in here sometimes. I like him. A lot of the guys who... Yeah, I mean, like... I'm not shitting on people who just, like... who go full content build, but... there still needs to be a place for us, you know? It doesn't need to be like a game of subtraction, you know?
Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant?
Yeah, I like that guy. I mean, he's interesting because one of my friends who used to run that game had a falling out with the community, and he went like full content and all this shit. And there was like controversy over him, you know, like how the community treated him and whatnot, but I don't know. Now that I've like met two people on like opposing side, yeah, I don't want to like drag anybody into this, but I will say that like the two sides have like very different takes on what happened, and it kind of expanded my perspective of like, you know, there are multiple valid viewpoints on many things, and that's one of them. I mean, at least like in Sausage's, like, in Sausage's point of view, people were just like resisting the fact that he was trying to add all these hard strats to the game. People resented him for trying to push the game further. That's from his point of view, like, he feels that way. That's an interesting thought, because like I never really looked at things that way. I feel like this community has been always focused on like pushing the game further, and they're happy to have somebody like me who's willing to do every and any strat. So I don't think we've really had that here, at least outwardly, but I feel like there could be some bitterness associated with like the way some people in this community have treated me over the time that I put into the game and the strats that I put into the run. If they're taking it personally and feeling like they have to like compete against me, which is not something that I ever cared for. I don't care about competition, I just care about setting the bar high. Because the higher the bar is set over here, the more people are going to be attracted to the game, and the more respect people are going to have for it. Actually, like, it's funny how like my political views are like pretty similar to how I view speedrunning actually, where like if one person's doing really, really well, it just makes more people want to be a part of it. If the bar is set really, really high, it brings up the baseline quite a bit as well. That's kind of interesting now that we've just had this conversation about politics for the last like 7 hours. But I think this community is at least living proof in the speedrun side that like, if one person's improving the record, it can still be a very interesting development of a game. And a community that, again, is focused foremost on pushing, like, making the run faster through, like, R&D, like, research and development, and celebrating the community for its collective achievements as opposed to just, like, propping up the people who are winning. Because eventually, all leads to is people being complacent and winning, and then they have no incentive to improve as long as there's nobody to beat. And when you see people like for example, like Suigi, for example, who's, and like Nindide for Sunshine, like Suigi for Mario 64, where like they're not motivated by competition and they just want to optimize the game as much as possible. Like that's how you get people like that who are just gonna take over games, and that's like, I think that the future of speedrunning is just like communities of people who are like one and maybe two people, but most likely one person is just championing the game, and like everybody else is like still running for their own improvement, but is probably more focused on like trying to find strats and like dissecting the game so that like the guy who has like fucking 15 plus years of experience can just continue making it faster. I think that's just like ultimately where this goes, because you don't need to have another person competing against you to push the game. Like all you gotta do to like dissolve that is just find somebody who's just unyieldingly gonna grind the game. But at the same time, like you can't expect these people to play the game forever, so what happens when somebody plays the game into their 40s and they literally can't play anymore? What happens to the game then? Do these games just die? Haven't been able to answer that question myself, but I think that's the next step, is like figuring out what we can do to catch younger people up to the skill level so they can build on what we've been doing instead of just like having to like let the game die. Yeah, it seems like a very different dynamic now. The game seems like it's gotten a lot more popular. I can tell you for a fact, like Pope's like off the wall, like fucking like deep fried shit, like came like that shit. Like we were doing that shit like fucking. I guarantee, yeah, the brain rot stuff. We were the first to do that. If you go back to watch my 2017, 2018 brain rot streams, like that kind of shit was just like nobody had seen that before in the speedrunning community before we did it here, and I guarantee that like a lot of people who used to watch me and like no longer watch me because I don't do it as much anymore, they probably went over to streams like that where like they're just doing it now. I try to keep it around sometimes, but I'm definitely not doing it nearly as often as I used to do it. So I find that interesting, is that like there are other people who have kind of like replaced the role that I had in the speedrunning community as far as like my off shit, you know? The on-screen notifications, the AI voice spam, loud equals funny, like we were doing that shit. Like the saturated colors, I don't know if people are still doing that, like the hue saturation, like messing with the bitrate and deep frying everything. Yeah, like that's the big reason why I don't do it during these runs. We always used to do it, but we never did it with this game. Like I never wanted this game to be associated with like the brain rot. I never wanted the game to be associated with like the degenerate stuff. So we just did it with like other games that I don't care about, that we were like openly mocking, like Revenge of the Flying Dutchman, you know? Like we would just openly mock the game by doing those media share runs with it. Yeah, and that's like what this chat did too, is like the diaper gang stuff was like the original version of that. You know? Like this, we went through that phase and it makes money. I'll tell you that. It makes money and it gets viewers, but I just don't feel personally fulfilled like leaning into that as much as I used to. That's what I will say. Like, I still think there's value in it. It's entertaining, but that's one of the things that like I deal with as far as like the pigeonholing from my other fans, my older fans who like miss those kinds of things, and we still do them, by the way. People just like, a lot of my YouTube audience that like came to Twitch, like they feel like I'm not doing these things anymore because they've just watched the highlight reels, and you know they remember the highlights and the moments when we did those things, and they kind of expand it into like thinking that it was happening every single day. Like, oh, his stream used to be so much fun because he was always doing brain rot. But in reality, I was really doing it like maybe like once or twice a month. Kind of like we are now. It's just that they, like, remember it, you know? Well, again, because, like, I also had the responsibility, because, like, I am Battle for Bikini Bottom. Like, if I do brain rot over this game, then the game is known as brain rot. But, like, Majora's Mask and the other Zelda games have, like, a lot of other people who are, like, they came before Pope, and they still represent the game. So, like, it's not like, oh, it's just Pope. Like, if I'm doing it to this game, then, like, everybody's like, oh yeah, that game is just a, like, it just verifies the stereotype that the game is a joke because SpongeBob, right? And that's something that I've always had to deal with, is like, exactly, and like even if Pope were the only person who's playing the game, it still doesn't have to deal with the stigma of being SpongeBob. And like, that's something that I've tried to, like, understand, is like, over the years, like, I have tried to move away from the brain rot stuff overall and try to separate this game and, like, my efforts to optimize it from all the brain rot stuff, because everybody's just looking for an excuse to judge it because of the SpongeBob thing. So, like, I'm in a position where I, like, even if I wanted to do it, it still wouldn't be a smart move. So that kind of just, like, you know, solidifies my view of the situation, where I just wouldn't be doing it. But it's also just, like, I owe it to myself to present the game in a way that's serious and people take seriously. Like, I owe it to myself for all the effort that I put into the game. I would argue that I care about this game more than any single person cares about any speedrun of all time. And, it's about time that I act like it, is what I was starting to think a few years ago, you know? And there's a time and a place for fooling around, and, I'm still down to do it, but, you know, priorities come first, you know? That's like, you know, the definition of a priority, and it's like I was saying one thing but not doing it. Like, I wasn't, you know, my actions weren't reflecting my words when I'm telling people, like, you know, like, bfbb is, like, the greatest speedrun of all time. And then I'd, like, after 7 hours of playing, I just, like, hop on Call of Duty, you know. Like, you're not acting like there's a pressing sense of urgency to optimize the game while you're still in your 20s, you know. Like, you're not really just, like, selling it as this thing that you really care that much about. But I also think that you need the contrast of, like, the subathons and the memes to show, like, this guy has other options, but he's not taking them in favor of something that objectively makes less money. You know, causes all this fucking drama for him because the fucking haters like to emphasize how much he gets mad at the game. Not as many people are watching, not as many people are engaged as they used to be back in the day. Because speedrunning is no longer as engaging as it used to be for most of these audiences, so... If anything, I think over the past couple of years in the modern era of the SHiFT stream, a lot of people have asked the question to themselves, like, why does he still do it? And of course you're gonna have people who are haters and they ask the question, like, in a way where they're not looking to answer it, they're just hating by, like, why are you still playing the game? But some people are, like, seriously, like, what keeps you going? Like, why do you still play this game when, like, there's no reason to do it other than just the love of the game? And, like, it's exactly that, you know? I think that's the reason why, like, my fan base has gotten so much more, I guess, like, likable over the years, at least for me. Like, it feels like a much stronger fan base than it was back when it was more popular. Like, the strength test of being able to do this for a long time, we've passed it, you know? But yeah, I do try to take this seriously when I'm doing this, and the fucking, like, bullshit dogma that, like, SHiFT only plays one game, like, those people are just either trying to not look at what else is happening here, or they're just ignorant and comfortable with being ignorant. That's a big reason why I understand, like, why people voted for Trump this time around. Like, I get it. Because the man does have a lot of... Like, he may not be a perfect person, he may not even be a good candidate, but I think that a lot of people sympathize with, like the lies being told about you, and I personally relate to that, at least, so I'm sure that a lot of other people relate to it as well. Like people just like painting a picture of you as something you're not. And all things considered, like Trump doesn't handle it perfectly, but I think he handles it relatively well. Like he's not having like meltdowns over that shit. I have meltdowns over people fucking treating me unfairly personally. I wouldn't be able to be a politician. Yeah.
Did you fuck?
They've kind of created like a martyr out of him where they're like just telling all these fucking lies and shit have pushed more people to him. It's interesting. I think I've noticed a similar thing with like with the haters who make all these fucking weird videos on me and just like non-stop comment on every little thing that I do. For a little while it was working and I had some of my fans like believing in this bullshit, but I've seen more and more people come back around and say like, yeah, I hated you for a while because of some videos I was seeing on you, but it took me a while to snap out of it and realize that it was bullshit. And I just say, you know, I respect you for that, and then it's over and I just don't even ask them about it again. I can't be the only one who's had that experience over the last 8+ years. Because I don't think that it's just something that they do to Trump. I think it's something that they do to fucking everybody. Like any public figure is like dealing with that shit right now. And I don't know what that is, but I hope we can go back to being a well-mannered society at some point. Yeah, man, it's because it's controversial, and YouTube's only goal is just to keep you watching, so if you see something controversial on a topic that you're interested in, it's like they just know you're gonna click on it out of, if only morbid curiosity, you're still clicking. And that's what happened with the saturated content videos. Like, he got baited into all this bullshit that these fucking trolls were saying about me. And then he was like halfway through making a video that he probably realized halfway through making it, like, this guy is not as bad as they say he is. And he's like honestly doing pretty mundane things that are normal in the speedrunning community. Like getting mad at the game and making fun of his viewers sometimes. Like, that's pretty fucking normal. But I still worked on this video and I have to salvage it, so I'll just like try to change it into a video about where like, oh, we bait them into thinking that we're talking about the streamer, but we're actually criticizing the haters. Like, that's people didn't buy it. A lot of people were commenting saying that he was like not being fair. The video didn't get the point across the right way. And I think it goes to show that the most articulate comments are people who are agreeing with me. And the fucking brain rot comments are all just like, you know, he plays SpongeBob and he has Asperger's or whatever fucking they were saying. He's autistic because he speedruns. Like, these are people who literally don't go outside. He's autistic because other people who speedrun sometimes have autism. Like, he's just fucking dumb. Do you feel like Twitch kind of forces a fake positivity? The overall culture on this website that requires you to behave a certain way to get special favors from people who are at the top. Yes. Absolutely. I don't play that game, so like, it's not required to exist here, but it's required to like ladder climb for sure. Which is, you know, if you're somebody who's trying to take streaming from being a hobby to being full-time, Twitch is weird because it has like this like fake positivity bias, and YouTube has this like fake negativity bias, or like saying anything negative about anybody on YouTube is greatly promoted, and on Twitch like just being overly positive and cozy and like it's like that's like what sells on Twitch, and they're both awful. Like, normal people don't have a place on the internet right now. Twitch before all this fucking cozy shit was normal though. Like, that was the era that I made a name for myself in, because that was back when Merrick got you that was back when Merrick got you the top, when people like Mango were leading Twitch, and like those are the guys who noticed the talent. This is actually a very big thing in the hip-hop community as well. Like all the industry plants, like Ice Spice, like they're like chosen by the record companies to be the next big thing. But when you look at like the guys that like Cole is signing and like Kanye West and like all these guys like sign actual good artists because they're like invested in the actual culture. So when the people who are invested in the culture are looking for talent to prop up and help, like Ray Brown Man helped me a lot, Fire Dragon helped me a lot, Mango helped me a lot. These are guys who are invested in Twitch and the community and they see merit and they recognize it. But when the people who are, again, like, the people who are at the top don't recognize merit and they're just looking for, like, the next drama thing, like, a big part of it falls on them. Like, they're responsible for keeping the meritocracy on this website alive. Because there's no incentive by the people who run the company to promote people just on, like, they're good at a video game. Like, it's really up to the people who are already popular to do that. And you used to see that a lot on this website, like a mutual respect among gamers in different communities, but it's the kind of thing where, like, just screaming at the top and telling people at the top, like, hey, you have to give attention to small guys who are talented. Like, it doesn't work like that. The only way you can do it is bottom up, so that's one of the reasons why the subathon that I'm doing this year, I'm going to be using it to, like, give a lot of the proceeds away to people who stream speedruns and try to encourage people to stream speedruns and get into speedrunning. Like, every 1,000 subs we get, I'm going to be giving 100 subs to a random person who streams speedruns for, like, 5 viewers or some shit. Just to signal to people that the dream is alive. Just to signal to people that, like, yeah, a lot of your favorite speedrunners who used to speedrun are now just full-time content pilled and not doing anything but challenge runs at this point, but there's still a place for people like you and me who just want to speedrun and get by speedrunning. And that's the message that I want to send with the Christmas subathon, is that, like, when I first got on Twitch, I was focused on just trying to, like, spearhead this one game and, like, argue with the speedrunning community over which game is the best, and like a very subtractive view of all this stuff. But as I've gotten older and wiser, I've realized that, like, I not only hold the responsibility of, like, upholding all the SpongeBob games and making sure their communities are tidy and keeping them as, like, nice and productive places to interact and work on these games, but as more and more people leave speedrunning and I find myself as, like, a 9-year veteran who's been doing this shit for almost a decade, I realize that the responsibility of the speedrunning community sticking around is partly my task as well. Like, now I'm just this fucking speedrunning ambassador. I'm not just SpongeBob anymore. I have more responsibility than I had 7 years ago, and I was still trying to cement this game's legacy in the speedrunning community. Now I just had the responsibility of just helping speedrunning in general. And, you know, like, if I didn't learn the lessons that I've learned over the years, like, I would never have been ready for that position anyway, so all the bullshit that I've dealt with, the speedrun police. But you gotta admit that, the alternative with, like, having pedophiles and doxers running these communities is, would you rather have that or the SHiFT speedrun police? Which one's better? Which is the lesser of the two evils? Because, yeah, you may not be able to get away with, like, talking about leaks and doxing people and fucking shit like that. Like, bullying people in these communities. Like, that stuff may not fly, but are you really better with all that stuff and without the support of me? Probably not. We're probably better off with SHiFT around, is the mature realization that a lot of people who play these games have come to at this point. What if Trump moderated the speedrunning community? I have no idea how Trump's political views would translate to speedrunning. I'm like a speedrunning politician. I'm not a politician. But I have very strong opinions about speedrun leaderboards and, like, how to run them and shit like that. Absolutely. I'm very politically active in speedrunning. because I care a lot about how these communities are run and how the leaderboards are run. I've always been invested in that, actually, which is kind of funny. Like I say, I'm not political, but like, you know, my opinions on speedrunning and like seeing how these like microcosm communities work and how people, like, what's best for people who play these games and whatnot, like, it's definitely influenced my worldview for sure. If I become a politician someday, I wouldn't even be super surprised, honestly. Well, I actually do believe that, like, again, like, bureaucracy is not only the best option for speedrun community leaderboards, I think it's necessary. Because most speedrunners are just fucking lazy and they're playing these games out of nostalgia and they don't care. They don't care about the integrity of the game over what gives them the biggest leg up. Like, for example, like, if we left emulator speedruns up to a democratic vote, like, the whole game would just be around emulator, and there'd probably be a separate category where, like, nobody has to actually have the legit copy of the game and, like, the legit console to play the game. And I've seen games where, like, emulators have strategies that are exclusive to emulator and then they don't work on console, for example. And it's like, at that point, are you even playing the real game? And then there's also lag too, like console lag for this generation is a huge deal. So yeah, I mean, like, you need to have a bureaucracy of people who, like, you put faith that they care about the game as much as they say they do. Because, like, people are always going to vote based on what's convenient to them. You know? There's got to be the correct balance of, like, what keeps people playing the game and what plays the game with integrity, and, like, what's true to how the game was, like, the skill should be evaluated based on, like, the console that came on and whatnot. Is it really an issue if console and emulators have separate leaderboards? It can be if it divides the community, because by having separate leaderboards, it signals that, like, there's a side to pick. Whereas having a filter for it and having, like, the top runs all be like the status quo, which is Xbox, obviously, because it's the main console, the fastest console. Like, there needs to be a status quo in speedrunning, and the same thing is also goes with category splits as well. When you divide a category, unless it's like a unanimous decision, like, okay, yeah, Ace is stupid, like, it needs to be separate, but people are still gonna play the main thing. When a divisive glitch gets found that causes the leaderboards to split, like, that kind of stuff usually just kills games, because you split the leaderboards and, like, there are two separate communities that are just weaker and they're not on the same page and they disagree on how to play the game and so forth. Like, that almost happened with this game at one point, actually. Kind of. It was like 85%, 15% maybe. I actually don't think it was really too close to happening with this game, but I think if we didn't cut that shit out as soon as we did, it would have happened with this game, where there would have been like an SBA and no SBA community. If I hadn't said, hey, like, SBA is like, the route surrounding it is much more likable now, and the trick itself is more consistent, we should bring this back together and make it one leaderboard again. How would it divide the community? Pre-cross-platform gaming, I don't think many people would say the game was split if they were multiplayer games. In speedrunning, it's different because everybody's trying to develop a different run. Like, it's... Do you know much about Mario 64 and, like, the rhetoric that goes on between the runners in that community? Where, like, at least, like, before Suigi took everything over, everybody had, like, stigmas against, like, certain category runners and stuff. Well, would the Street Fighter community be stronger if they had one game that everybody agreed is the best game versus having like multiple games, like the Smash community as well? Melee is a perfect example where like if the next Smash game after Melee and the ones after that built on Melee's strengths instead of questioning whether they want to even have those strengths in the game at all, like the Smash community would be much bigger and much stronger if it weren't divided like that. Right, but when you show up in tournament, the game is the same though. It's still the same game because the game itself is the tournament bracket where you gotta show up and play. That's like kind of a small, I mean it's not that small of a thing, but like, do you think the community would be stronger or weaker if they were on the same console and they all had the same input lag? That's what I'm trying to say, is like, you want to minimize the differences and have everybody on the same page as much as possible. I mean, Majora's Mask is an example of a community where like, the leaderboards went through so many changes because of all the shit that got found, to the point where it was just confusing as to what the community wanted to focus on, so it died down for a long time until people came back to it and said, okay, this is what we care about, we want to do this time. I mean, like, it happened with Melee, too. When Brawl came out, everybody stopped playing Melee until they said, oh, well, we actually like this and we want to go back to it. So... But, either case, like, what tends to happen is, like, when you split stuff like that, if things do die down, they tend to come back and unite behind the one thing anyway, I guess, but... Yeah, but what I'm trying to say, dude, is that with Street Fighter, like, I think you're just proving my point. If they were all playing on the same console with the same input lag, like, would they not be better off? That's like what I'm trying to say. If everybody's on the same version of the game, the community would be stronger because there'd be less, you know, discrepancy between the games they're practicing on. I mean, Nickelodeon All-Stars was a problem as well, like when that game was popping for like a month, like, no crossplay, nobody could... Yeah, but my point is that it would have been better if they didn't have to do, like, it would have been better if they didn't have to do that. You want to minimize the reasons why, like, Melee has a similar problem with CRTs. They all have different amounts of delay. When you go to a Melee tournament, you're playing on all different CRTs. They all feel different. Very similar thing. But it's undeniable that the Melee community would be better off if they had one standardized screen that is lagless, that everybody knows exactly how the game feels. And for speedrun routes, dude, like, you're talking about an entirely different game, too. Like, the difference between doing SBA and not doing SBA is not just simply, oh, we avoid the skee-ball machine. No, you're getting 10 different spatulas, basically. You're swapping in all different spatulas, and you're getting them in all different orders, and all different tricks. You're essentially just playing a different game at that point. It's not like the difference between, like, input lag and not input lag. Like, you're literally fundamentally changing how the game works. And you see that in speedrunning, where if something like Moon Warp gets found in Majora's Mask, like, even though, like, people are, like, agreeing, like, yeah, we're not gonna play with this, like, it still kills the game for a while because people just don't feel good about playing anymore because it's not the main category. And, like, you're kind of seeing that a little bit with Sunshine, too. Like, a lot of people are, like, discouraged by, like, Ace for a little bit. But Ace is, like... Ace is usually, like a very, it's a unique case where it really just fucking ruins the game. Until people would just, like, get over it and come back and play the game without Ace, basically. But it does kill momentum quite a bit. Should there only be one category per game? At the absolute extreme, I mean, it depends because like, as far as in an ideal scenario, if there's one category that provides everything that everybody needs, and all the other ones are just lackluster in comparison, then yeah, I do think that leaderboards with a smaller number of categories should be the standard for speedrunning. I think it should just be any percent and 100%, yeah. And if 100% is too long and people don't play it because it's too long, then you have like a middle category so people can still like do like, you know, something that feels like it without being a dedicated time. And if any percent is so short that it's not like playing the game anymore, then you have a separate category for that. But in the case of like SBA versus no SBA, it's basically the same length, and the only difference was that like SBA changes the spatulas that you get. And like, you don't need to have two categories for that. That just divides the community. That's what I'm saying. And like with the ace stuff, like you're better off not having it exist than having it exist, because I mean, like, look at OOT, right? Like, hardly anybody runs defeat Ganon anymore. Hardly anybody runs any percent anymore. Like, they're both dead because they're two categories that are really short. No, because emulators are not testing skills the same way. And emulation is simply just that. Emulation is not an exact copy of the game. Lag is different in terms of like the actual like frame count, like the way that the frames work in the game. Like frames get extended when the game lags, so the time literally gets shorter or longer, depending on whether you're playing an emulator or not. It changes the way you time things, it changes the strategies. Like, for example, Mario 64 is a perfect example of that, where when you watch somebody play the game and it looks like it's lag-free, the game's not actually like that. That's a skill thing. Like, they turn the camera at the exact times they have to keep the game from lagging. Like, that's a degree of skill that's lost in translation when you're playing on emulator. Or just like, how about like the controller that you're using, right? A big part of this game's skill is being able to time the L trigger and the face button on the same frame. But if you're playing on keyboard and you're just like going like that with the keyboard, you know, it's the same thing. There is no hardware emulation available for these games this generation. The only generation, as far as I know, that's perfectly emulated is the NES era, which is like, that's the reason why they allow emulator for Mario Bros. 1, is because it literally is the exact same. Like, there are no differences. But it's gonna take a long time for, again, these like startup projects to figure out how to emulate the exact way that the OG Xbox works, for example. Like, it's pretty unlikely that we're gonna have that for many, many years. Yeah, we do need to hinder controller options, and you do see communities having these discussions already. Where like frame walking was banned in Mario 64 because it wasn't true to how the game is played. They're mapping analog inputs to digital buttons, and that's just not... You would never be able to do that on a normal controller. It's not true to how the game is played. And yeah, like the box in the fighting game community, like for Smash, yeah. Similar deal, yeah. Mario actually like went through with frame walking and then they walked back on it actually. That's why I tend to be very conservative when it comes to these kinds of rule sets, because once you make the change, it's very hard to go back. Ugh. Well, that's the thing about controller options, is like, the controller options is fine as long as you like have a bureaucracy making a rule set based on how the game should be played. Like, what things do we value about how the game is played, and how do we want to preserve that, and does allowing certain tech undermine the values that we appreciate about the game being played? But yeah, if the tech is literally only doable on one controller type, like how is it any different than like a turbo button, you know? It falls under the same category, like frame walking plus turbo button is like, they're very similar. One obviously requires more energy to use, but you're still adding functionality to the controller. Like the end goal is still to give the controller functionality that it normally wouldn't have, so mapping your face buttons to you know, like mapping your triggers to like face buttons and analog buttons to face buttons, like that's not accurately evaluating like how to cruise boost, for example. Also with emulators, it is a lot easier to cheat. Way easier to fake a run on emulator than it is to fake a run on console. And in an honor system, that's like another element that you can't entirely weed out without having it on console. And that's like that's another reason why I believe that the Mario Bros community requires you to stream all of your runs, because if you just upload a raw gameplay like of Mario Bros 1 with no webcam and no nothing, you would never be able to discern whether the run was real or not. So that's another pitfall of it. If one wants to cheat, they'll find a way. Yeah, but they'll get caught though. Like if you cheat in this game, you're fucking getting caught. I think this game is one of the hardest, if not the hardest game to cheat in. There's way too much to account for. I don't think that mindset is a good mindset to be into. The easier it is to cheat, the more of an incentive there is to cheat. It should be as hard to cheat as possible, just to minimize the likelihood of it happening. Yeah, but those are other games though, and their communities, like there are reasons why those people don't get caught. Like which communities are you thinking of? Like the Clone Hero community where the guy was like getting glazed by his peers who were all playing the same game and they weren't actually scrutinizing his gameplay. I understand that like these videos that sensationalize cheating and millions of people see them and they're like, how do people not get caught? It's because not enough people are looking at them. Or they're looking at them and they have no incentive to catch them cheating, basically. I don't think that's like to just be like full anarchy and just like say, yeah, people are gonna cheat anyway. Like that, I don't agree with that. We need to have standards for how we play these games. Like to that effect, like if you go to the one extreme of that, it's like, oh well, if people are gonna cheat anyway, why should we even require video proof for runs? Because if people are just gonna lie, they're gonna lie. Like that's not, there's no foundation. Like if you have no rules, then there's just like fucking, like anything goes. Like rules, inherent part of the rules are designed to make it harder to cheat. Well, because the problem with the Melee community is that there's no like single voice of reason. Where like speedrunning, you tend to find that the people who are the most invested in the games are also the best at them. In the Melee community, the people who understand the game the most are not usually the top players. The top players understand best how to win the game, but they're not always the most knowledgeable technically. You know? Like in the Smash community, a lot of those guys, like, they're just gonna want to do whatever is like best for them or what's more convenient. I think that there are people like Cody who genuinely care about the game not being paid to win. I think that Mango and Lucky have expressed that as well. But ultimately, like, there's much more that goes into it than just like pay to win, because like if you want to take that to its logical extreme, then everything is pay to win. Having to buy a controller in the first place can be argued pay to win. Yeah, because it's controversial. Like, people want to ban the box, you know? People want the box banned because it literally is doing the exact thing that, like, again, like the Mario community walked back on. You're mapping analog actions to digital buttons, which is just, like, that's blasphemy. Like, that would never get allowed in speedrunning. The fact that, like, Mario actually tried it and walked back on it is good precedent for that too. Yeah, but is it playing the game the way that it was meant to be played though? Like, does it test the same values that the community, you know, appreciates about the game? It trivializes the game to an extent that the players are not comfortable with, which is subjective, sure. But once you start making tools for stuff, like how far does it go? I also don't like the dependency on like people in the community. Like, you have to go to somebody in the community to buy that certain thing to play the game. It gives incentive to the people who are like making the rules and playing the game to adjust the rules based on what they're trying to sell. So that worries me a little bit, but I feel like you can't really escape that in the Smash community anyway, because like Pandora's box was already open with people fucking charging $500 for like putting rubber bands in their fucking triggers and shit, or you know what I mean, like on the fucking sticks, and like folding pieces of paper and putting them under the triggers or whatever the fuck shit they're doing with that. That was just like the biggest scam for a long time. It's like these like controller gurus charging hundreds for controllers that like they certainly do not cost that much to make. So like the box as a remedy to that kind of culture is valid. I agree with that. Like between the two options, the box is better. But yeah, you also don't want people to play on OEM. I guess that makes sense. I think that the fob thing is the smartest option for now. Because the fob is a good balance between like sustainability, affordability, and keeping the game played the way that it should be played. I think that fob is a really good solution for that. They're saying this. I think that box is fine because no one is good enough to beat them with it anyways. I assume that you're being tongue-in-cheek by saying that, so I'll just say that's pretty funny. Yeah, like fob, like every community should have something like that. That's like, it's open source. You know, you could print it yourself if you wanted to. I think that fob is the one true solution, at least for now. And like things that are like fob, you know, like those kinds of things. All right, well, I stayed on way longer than I think I'm gonna like actually try to like stretch a lot because I feel fucked up from this trip that I just went on. But yeah, I'll be back real soon. No, I think that like fob is the smart move though. I think that fob balances the testing the thing that the players find value in testing, the spirit of the game, so you might call it in like a less like accurate term. It preserves that while also making it accessible and affordable. But yeah, most people just pay somebody else to install the fob for them anyway, so I think the way to remedy that is like providing people with the necessary tools to make these things themselves, like the resources to know how to do it. And of course, as 3D printing becomes more accessible as time goes on, I think these problems will mostly correct themselves. Alright, I gotta go, but I'll see you guys soon. Thank you.